points first. The timetable has been updated on the website with regards to the day off swapping for the railway strike. There's a fire alarm test at 11 o'clock today, so that may affect you, Mr. Philpott. And I think teas and coffees are arriving at a similar time again today, so 11 and 3. Any procedural points to pick up this morning from anyone before we kick off?
Not from me, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just 2 points briefly. First of all, in relation to Miss Adams' evidence in chief, there is a clip of images drawn from the existing documents. We've sent it electronically. We have got hard copies available if anyone wants one. So I can have those distributed. So far as the presentation itself is concerned, in the same way that Mr. Alford projected his images onto the screen behind you, that I think is going to be the only option to show those images. So it might help when, yes, exactly. If you can join us. And then I've also asked to be distributed my list of documents for examiners. I hope that's.
I've had that and I've got them all ready and waiting. So yeah.
That's the first point. The second one, just a small point. I noticed in the new programme next Friday, Guy's and St Thomas Trusts are there. I don't think I've seen anything from them yet.
I don't think we've had anything from it. It's just a request, but we have told them that we want a transcript of what they're saying, and if they can submit that before. I can't remember what deadline I might have set them, but I have said, and that would be.
Because at the moment, obviously, I don't know what they're proposing to say. I'm assuming it's in support. I don't know whether I'll have any questions. They're down for half an hour. I've reserved my position in case I need to ask them any questions, but obviously at the moment I don't know what they're going to say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you'd be given the opportunity to. So
thank you.
Okay. Any other procedural points? Nothing from Historic England? No. Okay, great. Okay. Well, without any further ado, I'll hand over to Mr. Philpott. Do you want me to move now, or when?
Might be an idea, and then we can just run through without the interruption. Thank you.
Again, no questions for me from the witness table, please.
Thank you. Let me introduce you. Your name is Elizabeth Adams, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'll introduce you from your section 1 of your proof. You tell us that you hold a diploma in architecture from the Architectural Association, and you're a registered architect with the Architects Registration Board, a chartered member of the REBA, and you've got over 30 years of experience working in architectural practice in London. Is all of that correct?
That's correct.
You've then set out your experience in the following paragraphs. I won't read it all out, but you tell us you're a founding director of Adams and Sutherland. You explain the nature of the work that your practice specialises in, including urban and regeneration projects across London boroughs, urban design frameworks, public realm strategies, and so on and so forth. You identify the awards that have been won by the practice. You explain your own role as design advisor to the GLA, the period you've identified. You give reference to your experience teaching and examining in schools of architecture, and further experience of the practice's work. And then towards the end of that section, you make reference to the public inquiry experience you've had, including most recently, the most recent example you give is in relation to the tulip proposal. And is all of that correct?
That's correct.
Section 2 explains your role in this and how you came to be appointed as expert witness, and identifies then in section 1.3 the scope of your evidence, which is in support of the council's second reason for refusal, which you there identify, and I'll take those sections as read. Now, so far as the approach to examination in chief is concerned, it's going to be a mixture of question and answer and presentation by reference to the images. And so, and to give you some idea of the broad structure, Madam, of the evidence in chief, I'm going to ask some questions about the development of the design by reference to both schemes, then the existing context, and I think it's at that stage that Miss Adams will start to introduce the images, and then we'll look at both schemes in turn, looking at them under the headings of height, scale and mass, architectural quality, the impacts of the tower, public realm and townscape and views, do the same for both schemes, and then some conclusions. So that's the sort of broad structure of it. So Ms. Adams, if we can start with the development of the design, and before I ask you my first question, just to identify the documents that it might be worth having to hand and where we'll need to go. If you've got the London plan, that is CDD.021, and to have open page 110 of the plan, policy B3. And I think you're also going to want to refer to Mr. Alford's proof of evidence, his main proof at page 49, section 4.1, project objectives and overview. So just to get those to hand first. 4.1, which is page 49. So, Miss Adams, the first heading under this general topic that I want to ask you about is the brief and the objectives, the matters you've commented on in your proof. But having now seen what Mr. Alford has said in his proof, and obviously you've had his presentation, I want you to comment for the inspector on your understanding of the brief and the objectives as far as you've been able to glean those from the material, and what you say about that.
Thank you. Thank you. From my review of the documents, I haven't encountered a brief as such from the client. Mr. Alford does describe in his proof a very singular requirement, which is for a tall building to replace the existing building. That's given at the beginning of his account of the consultation process. What I haven't seen is any assessment prior to that of whether this particular site is appropriate for a tall building. So it's not unusual for a project team to start work without a brief and to work with the client to develop that brief and develop an accommodation schedule and so on. The reference to policy D3 is very important because it talks about optimizing a site.
This is part A, is it?
This is part policy A, part A. It's actually mentioned.
So this is all development must make the best use of land by following a design-led approach that optimizes the capacity of sites, and then talks about what that means. Is that's what you're
That's right. So this is a very important aspect of an approach to development. In order to do that, in order to make the most optimum use of the site, I would expect to see an extensive feasibility stage of work prior to developing quantum. That stage would be a process of testing the site in terms of its feasibility, in terms of architectural considerations, site constraints, potential adverse impact, policy criteria, that sort of thing. This would be an open-minded approach. It's an open-minded analysis of the site in order to determine its capacity and the conditions that exist there already. And that would then inform the development of options, an options analysis, which would include considerations of scale, height, and quantum of built space. I've not seen this, but instead what I've gleaned from the documents is that the design process appears to have been led by the need to provide a certain quantum of development. It's not being informed necessarily by what the site can take, what its context and the site can bear. And that's an important distinction. That what there is at section 4, which you've been directed to in Mr. Alford's proof, is a set of project objectives. These are the sort of closest we have to a brief, so I think they're worth reviewing in some detail. However, on reviewing these, I think it's fair to say that they can be understood as generic requirements by and large. There are some specific points in there which I'll go to, but by and large they're generic requirements. They're not unique to this particular project. So to go through those in some detail, they begin with high quality architecture and a resonant contextual response. These are both necessary components of appropriate development, and they're actually required by policy, so there is an objective here to use detailed character assessment of the local area for a response, but in my view, this is undermined already by the ambition to create a tall building. In the townscape response, the aspiration is to be appropriate to its place and a specific ambition to form part of the emerging cluster of tall buildings around the Shard. What it doesn't say is why forming part of the cluster would be an appropriate townscape response in this particular site. In paragraph 4.1.6, placemaking does make reference to varied scales of spaces in the area, the found yards of Borough High Street. Again, it doesn't refer specifically to how this kind of characteristic might relate to the presence of a tall building. The project objectives include the ambition to maximise the site for public realm. However, the iterative design process that I will come to later in my slides appears to demonstrate that this is compromised by the need to maintain quantum, so that it appears that amenity, public realm becomes secondary considerations to the development of a design strategy that seeks to provide a certain quantum of built space. So the other objectives for transport, pedestrian enhancements, long life development, exemplary sustainability, high quality materials, all I would say belong in the same category as high quality architecture. They are a given, really. I would expect nothing less than an exemplary standard in all these categories in a development of this size. They don't really describe a brief. So at the end of reading that, my view was that it wasn't informed by site analysis or capacity, but arrived at independently, a project looking for a site rather than an act of integrated placemaking.
Much as I don't really want to listen to this, I wonder if the witness could speak a little bit more slowly, because
yes.
It is actually very hard to make a note, and I lost the last comment that you made totally.
Absolutely.
In that case, I'll ask.
I got not informed by, and then to be honest, I just couldn't keep up. So I'd rather,
if you could just.
Yeah, I didn't realise I was talking fast.
No,
I get told it all the time, but
yeah, you could just
just take a note.
Yes, fair enough.
Obviously, we need to respond to this.
Apologies. What I ended was saying that this appears to be a project looking for a site rather than being an act of placemaking, integrated placemaking.
Thank you. Now, the next sort of heading under this first item is the sort of pre-application consultation process, and the appellant's evidence says quite a bit about that process, and I know that that's not something you were involved in. It's therefore, don't want to ask you about the sort of who said what and in which meetings and so on. But looking at what is said about that process, do you have any comments to make about how it has fed into the ultimate design, and so far as that's an issue in this inquiry?
Yes, I was really pleased to read this actually in the proof, because I hadn't had access to this information when I was preparing my own proof. And there's a very extensive account by Mr. Alford in his proof of evidence. They're not formal meeting minutes. They are an account of what happened over an extended period of time, right from the inception of the project, more or less. So it begins in March 2015, and again there is a stated ambition to build a tall building. There's an iterative process that then takes place of presentation, feedback from Southwark officers, a pre-app process, and the design team's response to those comments, which is very usefully laid out by Mr. Alford. There are some notable omissions, though, in this account. The question of height is, of course, critical to this project, and I do note that in his account there's a number of occasions when a concern about height was raised by Southwark. I don't feel that it was substantially addressed. There was no alternative to a tall building put forward. I don't think the 2021 scheme can be necessarily described as mid-rise. So I think the alternatives were from no development, the option of no development, to a tall building and what shape it would take, what form it would take, how it would sit on the site, and so on. There's also no consideration of the capacity of this particular site to tolerate a tall building. There's no option study around the strategy of removing the existing office building, and whether this may well have happened, but I haven't seen this information. Whether there was any mileage in adding or heightening the existing building. And equally, there's no challenge to the client brief. If indeed the quantum is part of the client brief, I don't see a sort of design team challenge to that in response to what they, at this point, would understand about the site. Instead, there's a lengthy exercise of squeezing and shaping the form into a very limited site without relinquishing any quantum. In my view, this approach would contradict the emphasis in the objectives for high quality placemaking, and it would also contradict the objective of maximising the amount of additional public space. It does not appear to optimise the site or seek to optimise the site. There's also a couple of letters from CABE, who reviewed the scheme, the 2018 scheme, and sought further clarification and justification for the height, and to consider the proposal to how it sits in relation to the London Bridge tall buildings. They sought more rationale for a tall building in this location. In the formal pre-app stage of the consultation, which took place, well, there's an account of it happening between the two CABE letters. Southwark, in October 2018, expressed concerns about the height of the scheme and its visibility in key views. The design team response was a reminder that massing studies had been presented to them in the previous years, and the team was willing to present these again as a reminder. So this response does suggest a determination to proceed with a tall building. And I haven't really found a very considered response to the question of height, other than I've described here.
Thank you. So moving then from the development of the design, and obviously that's something you cover in your proof as well, I want to then move on to the question of the existing context. And so this is a common theme, as it were, and background to what you'll say about the two schemes. And I think, as I understand it, this is where you want to start talking to some of the images you've got. So first category of questions relates to the appellant's approach to context. And in your proof of evidence, you are critical of the extent to which the design and access statement for each scheme considers and takes account of the existing context. And I just wonder if you can summarise the substance of the point and why you say it matters for the purposes of this decision, please.
So my review of the context analysis in the documents is derived from policy guidance. Policy emphasises the role of very careful consideration of area character and context as critical to successful placemaking and high quality architecture. So what I'm looking for is a really careful, comprehensive regard for context, which takes account of what already exists there. It's not really just a matter of data and facts, but it should be, in my view, an interpretive analysis, which really seeks to understand how the place is experienced by those who use it, as well as what's actually there and how it functions. So it might be a different sort of analysis depending on the design team. It might be quite interpretive. And then what's really important about that is it should be seen to inform the scheme that emerges. So this is really important, this insight and analysis, for two reasons. The National Design Guide talks about the importance of the design story, the importance of a clearly expressed story, a design approach that is responsive to the site and wider context. So emerging designs may complement or contrast with what already exists, but what we're looking for is to understand how the understanding of a site informs the proposal as it emerges, right through from strategy through to detail. So the second reason why I think this is really important is because of what can be lost in development as well as what's gained. So delivery of large new buildings represent a very significant alteration of a place. It brings new things, really positive things, new accommodation, positive density, activity, but it also can create significant and permanent loss to a place. Loss of existing conditions, spatial qualities, ephemeral qualities, character, remnants of history which provide connections and character to an existing urban space. So if those observations fail to make insightful or acute analysis of existing character and qualities, these are at greater risk of being lost. So the Design and Access Statement 2018 does include 26 pages of site matters under that heading. And they're pretty comprehensive. They include a lot of data around the historic conditions of the site's chronology, local infrastructure analysis. They are informative broadly, but they're also selective. They set the scene for this particular proposal. And they're very limited in terms of analysing or interpreting the existing usage of the site, existing context, conditions, the spatial experience of the site. How is it experienced by the people who use it daily, and the surroundings? So there's also some extensive and very beautifully laid out photographic material of local architectural details and conditions. These concentrate on two particular typologies, the 19th century warehouses that are a very necessary part of the relationship with the river, and the engineered components associated with the railway arrival, bridges and structures and so on.
Okay, and so that's what you say about the appellant's approach. I then want you to just talk the inspector through, please, the aspects of the existing context that you consider to be important in this regard.
Yeah, so now I will start talking to the slides, as it were. So the first slide is a description of some aspects of the local area. It's a really complex built context. I'm sure we're all very aware of that. Borough High Street and London Bridge areas, they all retain a very strong and very valuable connections to historic urban patterns, street patterns, and particular local qualities. They're also locally very much defined by the presence of the railway, as Mr. Alford has acknowledged in the documents. The large railway structures form Borough High Street on the top right there, making this very intriguing sort of covered space of an entirely different scale, for example, to the quad at Guy's. Which enjoys the drama of the sky, a great expanse of sky, which again contrasts to King's Head Yard at the top left, which is a very enclosed space and recalls this intriguing character of the yards. Without wishing to sort of romanticise that, these are very valuable spaces of difference from Borough High Street. What's interesting, I think, about the quad and is this sense of being able to see beyond the space you're in. You're in a certain part of the city, you get a sense of something that's beyond that, the river, the sky, buildings in the distance, and so on. These are very important urban qualities. Next slide, please. So the arrival of the Shard, of course, introduced another very different kind of built character into the space. And somehow I think the existing neighbourhood around this new development was able to absorb it, partly because of the very clear characteristics of the adjacent neighbourhood. So the west end of St Thomas Street has a very distinctive quality, and it includes the St Thomas Church, and I'm aware that Mr Alford's practice were involved in refurbishing this very beautifully. And somehow this clarity and definition of neighbouring areas has allowed the Shard to arrive without a diminishment of those qualities. It's also arrived into a landscape of large structures and built elements that derive from the railway. The railways themselves are massive. They involve large-scale engineering. So St Thomas Street, I think, represents a very strong boundary to the south of that London Bridge cluster. Next slide, please. So the western end of St Thomas Street is a very distinct place, both sides of it, and it's important to, in my view, this clarity of this area is important to recognise as a whole place. It's got a really strong sense of place. It's not just the south side of the street, and it's not just the north. In the conservation area appraisal, the sub-area 4 also recognises that distinction and groups both sides of the street, the North Terrace and the building behind it, the Georgian Terrace on the south side of the street and New City Court, and the quad next to it as part of that sub-area. It's a very coherent place, although the terrace, they're not just two Georgian terraces facing each other, they've got some really interesting spatial qualities. The church is quite a sort of three-dimensional condition, and a very strong sense of place. Next slide, please. So I note from my colleague, Alistair Young, his description of the western end of St Thomas Street is that it's broadly consistent in scale with a deep sense of formality. And I would agree with that. It's a highly distinctive place. To the west of the site, well, if I call the site the New City Court block, Borough High Street boundary obviously provides a more animated commercial frontage, and of course King's Head Yard is a different kind of space again, which consolidates the site's connection to historic conditions. I've just included this slide as although this is not an adopted approach, it was considered in the SPD, the BBLB SPD, as an approach to tall buildings, which again confirms this boundary to the north of the North Terrace at the western end of St Thomas Street.
So this is from the draft.
This is from the draft. That's right. Yeah. Yes. Okay, if I can have the next slide, please. So this describes how tall buildings can exist against historic qualities and recognise and retain those particular qualities. This is an extraordinary space, I think. When you come out of London Bridge and you're under this enormous structures of the Shard and now Shard Place and then the News Building opposite, you drop down from platform level to St Thomas Street and come out to the south. And suddenly you're in a different kind of space. You've left behind the drama of these enormous structures and you're in a place of great history, which has a very consistent quality. It's of a certain height. It doesn't really exceed five stories. It's quite porous. It's got open space, the quad, a lot of views of the sky, and a sense that you're in a transitional space. It provides a transitional space between the large buildings of the cluster and Borough Market, which is of course a very popular destination if you're coming that way. And I think these are very important qualities. And it's a space that's almost domestic in scale, although it's got a sort of civic quality. The scale of the windows, the scale of the buildings has a sort of domesticity to it, which is in really extraordinary contrast to the spaces that one's left behind at London Bridge, towering glass structures. Next slide, please. And of course, the lower-rise buildings coming the other way, coming from the west, if you're coming from Borough Market, from Bedale Street, or crossing over into King's Head Yard, you're into another kind of space again. One of really significant enclosure, a sense of history, narrow spaces, confinement, but still this sense of something beyond, which I think is very important. That you can still see the sky, you get a sense of being part of a bigger context. Obviously mixed feelings about Guy's Tower, as we all have, but an interesting space with great historic connections. Next slide, please.
So these are your sub areas as you've identified them in your proof of evidence, and in your proof you've explained how you've arrived at these. So can you just summarise for the inspector's benefit how you've come to identify these for purposes of your analysis?
So this is a really, as I've already said, without repeating myself too much, it's a really complex place. And in order for myself to understand it, I wanted to understand it in terms of clear differences of area. I've called them sub-areas rather than character areas. I'm very aware that there's a number of other characterised areas that exist in documents. These are differences that I've gleaned from walking around the site. I am already very familiar with the site, but on site visits involved with this, understanding better the relationship between Guy's Hospital, our site, the New City Court site, London Bridge, and Borough Market. What these differences can be perceived at pavement level. So they're quite, they're very strong differences. So just very briefly, so obviously the area 1 is the London Bridge area, and I'll come back to that in a bit more detail. But area 2 is Borough Market, with a very consistent characteristic of covered spaces, railway structures, very, very animated historic network of streets. Areas 3, the quad actually is part of the conservation sub-area 4 that I showed the slide of earlier. But for my own purposes, I thought the distinction was really interesting between the university buildings and the area 4 of the western end of St Thomas Street, because area 3, it's got such a strong historic quality of a university environment, an academic environment, quads and green spaces, formal frontages to buildings looking out over open space, a a very strong sense of a place that's quite complete there, that's quite distinctive, and that's distinctive again from the Area 4, where our site is located, which has a much more complex street pattern and is characteristic of the yards that we've talked about already. Next slide, please. So to return to Area 1, because this is very important in terms of the proposal's relationship to London Bridge. It's a really extraordinary place. It's defined, it's got a really strong sense of scale. Everything about it is large. The railways define it. They make an open space to the north and to the east. They keep the sky present in that area outside the Shard. And the cluster of tall buildings is very clearly defined. They're very associated one with the other. The railways seem to sort of form the site in which they sit. And there's a downward incline towards the west from the Shard at its pinnacle. They're designed by the same design team, so that obviously there's a sort of consistency of architectural language. But I think they respond really well to the large scale engineering of the existing qualities, and they have sort of changed a lot of, or they've added character and quality to the neighbourhood, I think, and to some extent redefined aspects of that. Next slide, please. However, their relationship to St Thomas Street is really interesting. The Shard and Shard Place sit on St Thomas Street, open out onto St Thomas Street. The news building sits some way back. And in that sense, they add to the definition of Western St Thomas Street as a particular space. So I'm just making my notes. They don't impact adversely on the integrity of that sense of place that exists at Western St Thomas Street. Shard Place is an interesting condition, having just arrived. It is within the conservation area, but it sits right at the edge of it. It provides a kind of bookend to the northern terrace of St Thomas Street at the western end. It doesn't sit within it. It doesn't sit within the conservation area. It sits at the edge of it, and I think this is really important.
Just one moment.
Sorry.
You acknowledged it is within the conservation.
It is within the conservation area, but it doesn't sit amongst it. Sorry, I meant to use the word amongst it, because it doesn't sit amongst the buildings of the conservation area. It sits within the boundary of the conservation area, but in terms of the built form that's there, it doesn't sit amongst the buildings. It sits at the edge of the buildings. And of course, it's strongly associated with the Shard in its language and its structure and character. So it doesn't disrupt the conservation area, in my view.
And how does, just explain please your view about the relationship between the appeal site and this cluster of tall buildings?
Yes. So this drawing,
which the one we're looking at here, or
yes, this drawing, the character of this shows a couple of things. It shows the cluster as a sort of coherent group, and it also shows the distance. So the news building is very important because that does sit as a backdrop to the north part of the Georgian Terrace to some extent, but it's separated from the Georgian Terrace at the western end of St Thomas Street by another yard, another building, and the street. So it's quite a distance. We reckon about 61 metres. The site, on the other hand, sits directly behind the Georgian Terrace on the south side of the street there, which is a very different relationship. So the cluster has a definition as a different place. It's a different place to the western end of St Thomas Street. It's behind it, it's near it, but it's different.
Thank you. Sorry, is that all you want to say on
Well, I was just going to say that Mr. Alford describes as a primary development objective an objective to extend the emerging form of the cluster of tall buildings around the Shard. And I think we'll come back to that, because I think the cluster already reads as a very coherent group. And each one of them responds in a particular way to their site, but they exist as a whole.
Okay.
So next slide. These are just more views which describe that. Next slide, please. Some from the TBIBHA, which again, so I think this was really interesting because this shows that they're different forms. The news building is very different to the Shard, but somehow each one responds to its site and each one responds to the other, which I think is of great value to consolidate that sense of a distinct place. Next slide, please. And the same with that view. I put this in not for the sort of heritage discussion really, but for the clarity of the cluster in that view. Next slide. Apologies about the quality of this. Some of the slides I've taken are screen grabs, and they're a bit they're less quality than they should be. But I just put this in because I think it's important in terms of the relationship with the cluster and this site. In terms of different kinds of architectural representation. So this is a section along St Thomas Street from Mr. Alford's proof of evidence, which understandably and completely legitimately assesses the proposal alongside other tall buildings in the area. It's a technical drawing, it's an architectural drawing, it's an orthogonal drawing. It doesn't describe spatial relationships. It describes comparative scales of buildings. However, it does give the impression, and I'm not suggesting that this was the intention, that they're closer to each other, that all these tall buildings can be read as a group. Obviously, the visualizations, when we come to those, make that distinction very clear. That the site is not as associated with the existing tall buildings. So it kind of collapses the sense of distance between one kind of group of buildings and the other. Next slide, please. In reality, of course, there's this great distance. The top view describes how, repeating the image I showed earlier, the top view shows how that cluster does sit in a very different place and is a very different place to Western St Thomas Street below. Next slide, please.
So this is, now we're in the Guy's North Quad, is that right?
That's right, yes.
So what do you say about that in terms of context?
So I'm very aware that in Mr. Alford's proof and Mr. Stewart's proof, there's commentary about the existing relationship between the historic buildings of the North Quad of Guy's and the adjacent tall buildings, and it is very abrupt and it is very, very present. There's no two ways about it. These new buildings come up hard against historic elevations in the bottom view, and they're very present in the space of the North Quad of Guy's, particularly as it opens out onto St Thomas Street. Next slide, please. However, on the west side, there is no such adjacency, and this seems like the existence of the juxtaposition on the east and the north side seems a very strange justification for continuing that juxtaposition on the west side, where at the moment there's this clarity and legibility of the existing Guy's Chapel, the roof line seen against the sky, and a really dramatic sort of relationship between those three sides of the quad. This clear western view, the north side with Shard Place and the Shard, the east side with Guy's Tower and the Shard. It would be a quite surprising to justify carrying on that adjacency to the west side.
Thank you. Now, I then want to ask you about the relationship between the site and London Bridge. So what do you say about that?
Yes, next slide, please. So London Bridge is, the relationship with the site is very important here. It's aligned with the road as it comes south from London Bridge, because Borough High Street veers off to the west above that at Duke's Hill, and the site pushes out into that line from the that you can see from the bridge. So it's a really important place in terms of this journey from North London to South London, where the sky opens up a bit, the grain of the city becomes a bit more open. And next slide, please. And this view illustrates that beautifully, that you've got the cluster of the Shard and the London Bridge tall buildings on the east. You've then got this clear gap of sky, which describes a major route south. And then on the west side of that, you have Southwark Cathedral, Borough Market. You can see some other buildings in the background, but there's a scale to those where Southwark Cathedral Tower remains prominent. There's no competition between the two conditions on either side of the bridge. They remain completely distinct places, and I think that's a really important quality because it describes the Southwark Cathedral site particularly is very connected still to its historic condition of that part of the neighbourhood. So this is an example of something where the absence of something is really important to our urban environment. Next slide, please.
So this is Southwark Street, is that right?
Yes, that's right. So this is the view along Southwark Street. And this is really, I've included this to just remind us about the landmark that the Shard has become, that it marks a major point of arrival into London. It was already an important site as a major arrival point, and there's a really satisfying relationship here and connection between the scale of the Shard, the large-scale infrastructure of the railway, the lower-rise hop exchange building, and the continuation of that lower-rise condition into St Thomas Street at the western end. So it's a transitional space between the railway and the Shard that works very well at the moment. Next slide, please.
So this is the War Memorial, is that right?
That's right. So this is a very resonant place. The Borough High Street's a really busy thoroughfare. At this point, it widens. It provides a place to pause. It's the War Memorial sitting itself, seen from almost against the sky. And the Shard, I think, can be understood at some distance from here. There's a sense that it's in another part of the neighbourhood. There's clear sky between it and the War Memorial and the building behind it. And it doesn't disrupt the historic context of that memorial. And it's also, there's this wonderful narrative quality to the Shard of it being a spire. And I know that's been very widely recognised, and Piano talks about it himself, that it is a spire, that it has a resonance with London as a city of spires, which obviously we've lost to some extent with new development, and its scale to some people loses that resonance. To me, I think it remains, and I think it gives it a strong narrative quality, which can add to its resonance in some views. But its clarity here is very important, seen as a singular building. Next slide, please.
So now this next slide, explain what it is, but this is obviously an area which is in the process of change around London Bridge, and there are allocations. And what do you say about the future evolution of this?
Well, I think it comes back to the point I was making earlier about the western end of St Thomas Street as distinct from proposed development. So these are allocations for where tall buildings may be appropriate, and this is in the Southwark Plan, and there's 4 identified allocations. None of them include the western end of St Thomas Street. Of course, it doesn't necessarily follow that everywhere in those allocated spaces is too suitable for tall buildings, but it's notable that the boundaries are drawn where they're drawn along the southern end of St Thomas Street and skirting around the site at the western end. Next slide, please.
So this is now we're back on the appeal site itself. So what's your view about the current buildings on the appeal site in terms of how they fit into the context and also their use?
This comes back a bit to my comments about character analysis and site analysis. I found the site analysis very dismissive of the existing condition of the 80s building. And I do recognise that it may be not to everybody's taste, that building. Nevertheless, it has a really interesting relationship to the street. It's very recessive. It's polite in its recessive character. The elevation to the street differs to the existing proportions of the buildings on either side. Horizontal banding, the dormer windows at the top, and the arched openings below, and the white building behind is barely visible. It doesn't really disrupt this particular view and a number of other views. You mainly see it from King's Head Yard, or if you step back across the entrance. But it's very it doesn't diminish the adjacent buildings. This is my point. It doesn't sort of impact adversely on the adjacent buildings. It sits quietly amongst them. Next slide, please. And it seems to be quite a busy place. These are taken from their promotional material, which I attached as an appendix to my proof. It provides, I don't think I've got the right figure here. I apologise. I can't believe the figure I've got here, but a certain amount of total office area that is well used.
We can identify necessarily what the figure is for the existing office.
Yes.
I'm sure it's in the documents, but what's the substantive point you want to make, Miss Adams?
So it's well used. It's fulfilled its function for around 40 years. It offers amenities, private open space, shared facilities. It's got a roof terrace. I was quite surprised when I went to visit it, actually, how busy and bustling it was. It seems to be thriving for its particular kind of use at present, which is lettable office space. Next slide, please.
So finally, in relation to the existing condition, as it were, before we move on to the 2 projects, one of the things you deal with in your proof of evidence is whether or not this is a site that satisfies the Southwark Plan Policy P17 requirement for tall buildings to be located at a point of landmark significance. And you deal with that in your proof, and you say you don't think it is. And the criteria that are identified in the document are where important routes converge, where there's concentration of activity, and which is or will be the focus of views from several directions. And you've identified your views on those matters in the proof. Can you just summarise some of the key points for the inspector, please?
So policy P17 gives 3 criteria. Landmark significance. A building of landmark significance should be located on the intersection of important routes, somewhere which has a concentration of activity and is the focus of views. This is an image from Mr. Alford's proof, and it shows, it's actually, the image is drawn to describe another matter about the green space, but I thought it was useful because it shows the relationship between the building itself and the corner of Borough High Street and St Thomas Street, and it's set quite far back. So the corner of Borough High Street, as my previous slide about London Bridge, that's what you see from London Bridge. And although this building does appear, as we'll see later, the point is whether this corner, whether it's sitting in the place which may be considered as having as being that intersection. There's another issue about whether St Thomas Street is as significant as Borough High Street, but my main point here is about where it sits in relation to the corner. And I think with this, what this shows is that it wouldn't be understood as marking that corner, that intersection from local viewpoints. Also, the entrance to the building is not located on that junction either. It's located further down St Thomas Street, next to Keats House. And the character of the corner at the moment, the western end of St Thomas Street, views from Bedale Street, the Barclays Bank corner, is very consistent with Borough Market and the north corner of St Thomas. So it's a very consistent, coherent place, again, at the corner of the two roads. And it allows the gap of sky to exist from London Bridge. Concentration of activity. Can you change slides? So, and I noticed also in the proof that there was a deliberate move to move it back from the corner building and retain a gap. Next slide, please.
So, thank you. You've dealt with the point about routes converge. I think you were going to say something about concentration.
Yes, I was actually. But I mean, to me, that suggests it's a place of significant public destination or of infrastructure, like the Shard is at a place of real concentration of activity, indisputably. This site less so. And the Shard, again, as a focus, it's not just due to its height and its scale. It's to do with where it is. It's to do with its location within a really important landscape of railways. And it's in a place which provides distance all around it because of those railways that allows it to succeed so well as a landmark building.
Thank you. Now, moving on then to looking at the schemes themselves, 2018 scheme. We can deal with these matters relatively briefly because you've got quite an extensive account in your proof, but just want to walk through the key points. So we've got here the 2018 scheme first. This is the Appellants amendment to your image, which shows the full height of the building when you're looking west along St Thomas Street. So first matter, I just want you to summarise to the inspector your thoughts about height, scale and mass and how that relates to the surrounding townscape, please.
Yes. So policy P17 requires that tall buildings must make a positive contribution to wider townscape character and at close quarters provide a functional public space appropriate to the height and size of the proposed building. So this drawing is a hybrid, which has very usefully been amended further by Mr. Alford's team with the blue line, which I completely accept is the more correct description of that perspective. We really wanted to do this hybrid because it was frustrating how many views throughout the material are cropped. And I know there's a whole conversation about how you perceive, how visualizations, how accurate they are, whether their relationship to how you actually perceive it from the ground. But there's no two ways about it. You would be aware of this whole building on exiting London Bridge Station. And it felt very important to us that you can see the whole of it. It's a very large new building in a place of low-rise buildings. And it would completely disrupt that transitional character at the western end of St Thomas Street, which I've described earlier as making a transition between the large scale of the cluster and Borough Market and Southwark Street. And so, in my view, it doesn't make a positive contribution, not only due to its height, but also to its mass. Next slide, please. These drawings, which are describe the iterative aspects of an aspect of the iterative design process, and these are really interesting because they're about form making. They're not about place. They're about form making. They're not about territory or functional public space. They're just about the tower. And so I think this shows an absence of making judgments in the iterative process about the impact or the development of an appropriate urban form. A strategy to consolidate the cluster provided a main rationale for tall buildings, but none of these diagrams describe it being tested effectively against the site. Whether that happened, and I'm aware of the models, which are interesting, but I haven't seen any material which describes other forms than a tall building in that site. Next slide, please. The axonometric drawing here, which describes the components of the building, is referred to in the material as moves that were made to reduce the mass of the apparent mass of the building, and the perfectly reasonable architectural approach to breaking down the solidity of a form into a series of component elements. And so there's a slenderness that may be achieved in each of those elements, but that would be lost in the agglomeration of these into the tower, which would resume a scale and breadth that could not be described as slender. Next slide, please. So I've described earlier that the Shard has a singular entity as a separate form. It's narrative of a London spire. It needs space around it. Unfortunately, the proposal would obliterate it in some views. This is the view from Stony Street, where we lose sight of the Shard altogether, disrupting its clarity and its primacy. Next slide, please. The same again, it doesn't obscure it entirely, but it disrupts it. It disrupts its clarity. You lose this sense of the Shard as a spire set against the sky. It's kind of confusing, this image. It sort of collapses the space again between the Shard and the space you're standing, because the new building fills it up. You're not so aware of the sky. The roof line develops a background to the adjacent roof line. The Shard can't be seen in its entirety. And it shifts the character of that area. Yeah, and it interrupts the downward incline of the cluster. Next slide, please. And finally, I prepared my point about the London Bridge view and the clarity of the western cluster on the western side of the bridge and the Southwark Cathedral area on the right. The proposal completely removes that clarity and removes the gap, blocking the end of that view. It disrupts the downward incline of the cluster, which definitely steps up for the new building, and it undermines the scale of the Borough Market area as well. So it's a loss of clarity, it's a loss of emptiness, and emptiness has a real value in the city. And it disrupts the relationship between the cluster of buildings and the Borough Market area. Next slide, please.
So next heading, architectural quality. And you address this in your proof, but I just want your comments on the appearance of the building in terms of its aesthetic, the material used, those sorts of matters, please.
So I'd like to start this by saying that I have a very high regard for Mr. Alford's practice. I'm aware of a number of very beautiful buildings they've designed. I particularly liked the the school they designed, for which won the Sterling Prize a few years ago, and I see echoes of that approach in the 2021 proposal. I'm very aware that the detail and specification of the proposal will be extremely high quality. I also appreciate the clarity of their conceptual ideas as set out in the design and access statement and the proof. And in this case, the strategic idea of the proposal is a slab of glass between two bookends described as vertical bridges. These are all very interesting. However, to arrive at an assessment that the proposal meets the criteria for architectural quality, it is not possible to judge this in isolation from the questions of scale, height, mass, and regard for context. And also in terms of of Mr. Alford's own stated ambition to create an architecture that's appropriate to its place. So this is a particularly sensitive location. I don't want to stray into heritage matters, but these considerations seem particularly critical. So the development is physically connected and visually embedded into its immediate context. So it's inevitable that it will be judged in relation to that. The references, the design narrative, which is very beautifully laid out in the design and access statement, a record of local conditions, is quite selective. It draws upon 19th century warehouses, railway structures. It doesn't draw upon its immediate context. It doesn't even draw upon the cluster, despite the stated ambition to extend the form of the cluster. So the existing condition is the Georgian terrace, the proximity of the cluster, and the references that are being made are to warehouses and railways, which somehow sit outside that conservation area and the particular area of the site. Next slide, please. My concern about that is that the clarity of this sort of concept and the references that are being made will be tenuous. And there'll be a more awkward relationship between the proposed building and its context. Next slide, please.
So that's helpful. Next issue I want to ask you about, in your proof, you've assessed the impact of the proposed tower by reference to policy in terms of base, middle, and top. Just if you could just summarise some of the key points, please.
Yeah. So it's extremely close to the Georgian terrace. At its base, this sets up a really awkward juxtaposition, which is not just one building sitting behind another. And rather than appearing as a sort of slender tower emerging behind a building, it's that of a building with a glassy building with a brick base. The base of the tower is very limited where you'd see that, in fact, from surrounding streets. And you only really see it from King's Head Yard and from the new space off St Thomas Street. Next slide, please. And this describes this extremely close relationship. And what's important about this is not just the height, but the quality of the spaces that's left between the Georgian terrace and the tower. And the sense of being at the base of something that's very large. Next slide, please. This describes the relationship I talked about earlier, about the relationship between the new building in St Thomas Street and the news building, which is set back much further, and shows how the base of the building would sit in relation to the terrace. Next slide, please. So it's a very large building. It's made up of very large pieces, very large engineered components, which meet the ground. There's no change in scale. There's no transitional architectural process between the tower itself and the ground. And so you get this sense of a very dominating quality coming right down into the scale, into this sort of very intimate space of King's Head yard and the adjacent historic building. So you lose a certain amount of sense of this being a historic place, a place of intimacy, of scale that's particular. And again, we don't see the whole tower. And I know that there's these issues about peripheral views and so on, but I do think you would be very aware at that base of that building that you're at the foot of a very large tower, and that would impact a great deal on the space. So the tower is too wide for its site and has been drawn in at the base with the curve of the north elevation. Next slide, please. And this image describes that process of pulling in the elevation. I mean, there's an obvious question: if it's too wide for the site, why not make the whole building narrower, rather than make a building that's too wide for the site and then pull it in at the base? My concern would be that this is not a positive response to local character and townscape, and that instead of understanding a sense of generosity at the base of the tower, there would be a sense of this move having been made to maximise floor space higher up the building, where it at its widest point it's only 500 millimetres from the back of the Georgian terrace. So I don't regard this as a positive response to the local character or townscape as required by policy P17. Next slide, please. So the impact of it as it emerges from the existing buildings, because it does appear to emerge from them, it doesn't appear to sit behind, as I've already said, and it would have a major impact on both sides of the street. It's not just how it impacts the Georgian terrace, it would impact the space of the street and the northern buildings. You'd be very aware of the entire building. It would draw the eye upwards away from the low-rise historic terrace and disrupt their significance and their townscape character. It's a juxtaposition of large-scale commercial building to domestic-scale brick buildings that's very extreme and unsettling, an unsettling juxtaposition. Next slide, please. In this view, I emphasised in the earlier existing view of this space the importance of the sky. The thing about Guy's Quad, it's a really surprisingly generous space. When you arrive there, it's a fantastic place, and it's really broad and open. It's a real moment of quietness, and there's a sense of being really away from the city. It's lovely. It gives you a sense of respite. And a lot of that's to do with being able to see the sky, because the sky is a constantly changing background, and it would be lost with the arrival of this. And the impact is even greater because at the moment you don't see the Shard in the same way from that place. You actually, although you're quite close to the Shard and the cluster, they're hidden from view when you're in this quad. Next slide, please. Another abrupt juxtaposition. This one is a description from George Inn, and of course it's the same point really as I was making about the War Memorial, that it impacts on the clarity of the Shard, and it also represents a great loss of sky here. Next slide, please. I won't talk more about this, but this it's the same point really. You lose the transitional quality of the western end of the St Thomas Street. Next slide.
So I think we're now on to penultimate heading under this for this scheme, which is public realm. So just again, summarise your views about the qualities and likely success of the public realm in the context of its relationship with the tower and its surroundings, please.
So public realm is really important in a dense urban environment. It allows spaces of relative emptiness, quietness, respite. The quality of emptiness is proportionate to the amount of activity that's anticipated in a space. So it's not just spatial impact that we get from a tall building, but quantum impact, the level of activity that's introduced to the site as a result of a very large building being located there. And this has a huge impact in relation to the creation of a successful place. I've no doubt that Mr. Alford's team would apply high quality material specification and architectural detailing to this space, but I don't think it would mitigate the impact of extremely high levels of use and density of programme into a very small space. So the 2018 landscape strategy describes the public realm as providing the following: a forecourt to the new London Underground entrance, respite from the busyness of the city beyond, a space for small groups to meet and gather, pedestrian connections through the site, and a more sympathetic setting to the King's Head pub. Next slide, please. It also, to that list, we add 8 points of entry to the new building, new entrance to the underground station, 7 shop entrances, 2 access points from St Thomas Street, and a likely 1,500 people per hour at peak use, as described by Mr. Alford in his proof. So this is a lot of stuff going on in what is really quite a small space. And it's not just that it's a small space in plan, but it's confined. It's built all around. There's no, the arrival of the tall building would cause a loss of this sense of distance to space beyond. Next slide, please. So the top drawing here is in Mr. Alford's proof, and it describes the area of opportunity for a tall building. It's a really interesting drawing because it describes this lovely sort of condition, of this very balanced condition of the relationship between a building and the space that surrounds it, and how that balance allows free-flowing movement. It allows a sort of less programmed space, areas of green, areas of free-flowing movement. The reality is much more brutal. And the pedestrian circulation diagram below shows very little space left over once you account for people movement, and that's a concern in terms of what else might go on there: tables and chairs, people sitting, gathering. It doesn't accord with the precedents that were set out in the proof of evidence and the DAS in terms of other local green spaces where you have access to sky, there's enough space to relax and to meet other people. It's unlikely to attract that kind of use. So it's not always appropriate to maximise the development potential of a site because you lose these qualities of quietude. It's not an ungenerous plot, but it's characterised by enclosure, as I've said. And it also currently makes this connection with other similar yards from Borough High Street. Next slide.
So final heading under for the 2018 scheme, Townscape and Views. Just briefly, please, on the relationship with the tall building cluster at London Bridge and the Shard itself, please.
Yes, I mean, this is, at the risk of repeating myself, but it does 3 things. It obliterates the Shard in some views. It disrupts the clarity of the Shard in some views, and it exists as a separate entity, but one that it's very disruptive to the clarity of the cluster, and disrupts the downward incline of that shape and its relationship with nearby places of significance. Next slide.
So just explain what this...
so this is the cumulative view from Mr. Stewart's appendix, and I just wanted to include this to emphasise that even with the cumulative proposals, the disruption is the same to that cluster shape and the clarity of the two built areas on the west side and the east side of London Bridge.
Thank you. So we're now moving on to the 2021 scheme. We'll work with the same headings, and also this is the last of the sort of substantive bits. I'll see where we are at 11, which we might overrun a little, but we'll form a judgment as to whether you want to take a break or not at that point. First height, scale and mass.
So next slide, please. So following the consultation process, and Mr. Orford describes an apparent preference of a shorter but wider massing that was raised by some stakeholders in his account of the consultation. I didn't see any preference for a subsequent wider massing. What I've gleaned from those documents is a preference for a reduction in height, which is reinforced also by the CABE design review letters.
Ms. Evans, can I just ask you to speak to the microphone?
Sorry.
I think it's important that people can hear what.
Apologies. Yeah, I do want people to hear me. The CABE design review letters also made no mention of preferring a consequent wider massing. So it's disappointing that this didn't happen. And the new building is 42 metres, I think, lower than the 2018 building, but correspondingly wider. Next slide, please. And the proposal, this is a comparison between the 2018 and 2021, obviously, and shows how much wider the 2021 proposal had to become. And is described by Mr. Orford in his proof as the potential to reduce building height by increasing the building width, aligned to a consistent area requirement. The area requirement is we're not given any more justification or explanation for that area requirement. So it's still a tall building. It's not a mid-rise building, it's a tall building, and to its height has been added greater mass. It's less of a tower, more of a slab. It fills the almost the entire length of the site, and its parallelogram form means that from that particular elevation you see both the north elevation and the west elevation. And the impact of that change is very considerable on the kind of qualities of the space. And calls into question the stated objective in Mr. Orford's proof to create the maximum amount of additional public space at the ground. And I think in this sense, they've been mindful to emphasise the provision of elevated green space to address expectations for public realm. In fact, the public realm becomes diminished, and the space between the Georgian Terrace and the new building is even more reduced, with very little access to the sky. Next slide, please. And this shows that extreme proximity of the north face of the building to the rear of the Georgian Terrace, and the scale of the structure required at the building's base to support the tower, hard up against the Georgian Terrace. Next slide, please. So I thought this was a really interesting precedent, and I completely accept Mr. Orford's view in his rebuttal that you don't need, that in using precedent, you're not necessarily replicating or suggesting that you have identical conditions. You don't. But nevertheless, it's really instructive to consider the Flatiron building, which is fantastic building. It works really well because of its location. It has space all around it at its base. So you experience the building, and I have been there, you experience the building in its entirety at its base. It's highly responsive to its context because it's at the junction of two significant roads. And it's you can see it at a distance. So you see it in its entirety, you can step back from it, and you can walk around it. It has a very different presence in the site. And I think there's no need for the conditions to be the same to make use of it, but I don't think it's it's necessarily a comparative example here. Next slide.
So next heading, architectural quality of the new building. So what do you want to say about that? Same sort of issues as before in terms of aesthetic, materials used, matters of that sort.
So there's aspects to this building I quite enjoy. As the previous one, the treatment of the elevations very considered and careful, and it's very responsive to conditions of light and shade, very high quality. However, put into its location, it doesn't work, in my view. it's jarring. It brings large-scale built elements right up against existing historic buildings that are not only smaller in themselves and domestic in scale, but they're made up of smaller pieces. That's one of the critical differences. The new building is made up of large pieces, including massive 4-storey columns, which would sit hard up against these much more intimate buildings. To support the tower above. So the tower overhangs, it comes right to the back of Keats House and the Georgian Terrace. It creates a covered space with very little access to the sky. And it's a sort of building, it's interesting because I think it's a sort of building like the Flatiron, that if you could see it across a big urban space, it would be fantastic. It would really work. It doesn't work in this location because of the context and the conditions it should be responding to, and it is not responding to them. It's just abruptly coming up against the existing conditions. Next slide, please. And the impact of that is very extreme. This is a very abrupt relationship. The previous slide, actually, I meant to say the soffit terminates in a very large horizontal beam facing St Thomas Street and carrying the building over the space of the Keats House yard. And it's another example of these large-scale pieces arriving into a very small-scale context. There's no active frontage to the public space. The public space is entirely covered. There's a blue line suggesting daylight down here, but you would get very little. And in fact, the landscape strategy describes the site as being largely in shade for most of the time. And the passageway takes you out through King's Head Square, which is reduced in size. And it's under enormous pressure, these spaces. There's not really a place to hang about, to dwell. And there's a loss of human scale in the whole development. They're of an entirely different character to what exists. I have suggested in my proof that the building is monolithic. That refers to the singular form and the sense of solidity. I recognise that it's not monolithic in its material handling. And again, referring back to the Flatiron building, and I know Mr. Alford in his rebuttal refers to the different treatment of the base, but you don't benefit from that difference. At the Flatiron building, you benefit as you walk around it, you benefit from the difference in the way the base is treated to the rest of the building. Here, you don't really get that benefit because you can't see it from. There's so few places you can see it from. You can't stand back from it because the space between the building and the underground entrance is so confined. And I think it would have a major impact on the skyline and on the surrounding townscape. Next slide, please.
I'm just pausing there. I think you probably, in your answers, in your evidence you've just given, you probably also covered the sort of base, middle and top. So
yes, rolled it all together.
Rolled all that together. So unless there's anything else you want to add on that, just then on to public realm. So what's different here? What are the key points of difference you want to draw out beyond what you've?
It's almost entirely covered space. There's a very narrow space at King's Head Yard. You no longer see King's Head pub in straight elevation. It's more or less a very similar relationship to the existing now. And I think that's clear in the models that you where from the little car park at the moment, the King's Head pub is slightly oblique to the east. That same condition would apply here. In effect, in my view, this new space outside the station becomes a lobby between the station and the new building. That's all it's all it'll be able to cope with. It's quite small. It's got a lot of stuff going on here, a lot of people entering and leaving, and it's very ambitious to suggest that it could become. It's not really credible that it's a generous piece of public realm. It's a limited piece of public realm that transfers people from the station to the building. Next slide, please. So there's three main spaces comprise the public realm. At the top there, the passage, which is covered entirely, the Keats House yard, which faces St Thomas Street, and the King's Head yard. I thought it was interesting in the landscape strategy to refer to the precedents that they use to describe those spaces, because they're not really made use of. So on the left, Albemarle is the example of Albemarle Street off Piccadilly, which is a fantastic covered arcade, but it has active frontages on both sides. It's really animated, it's full of light, it's very glassy and bright, and it's open at both ends. You still have that sense of moving between larger bits of the city, which is very contrasting to the confined quality you'd find in the passage that's proposed. On the right is the cafe yard at the Southwark Cathedral, used as a comparison for the new yard outside the station. Again, this is a rather spurious precedent in relation to this proposal, because it's not a thoroughfare. This is a kind of more like a pocket park at Southwark Cathedral. It's a space you leave the bustle of the street and you enter a space. There's enough room to sit down and have a coffee. There's not 1,500 people moving through at the same time. It's a very different kind of space, and the pedestrian circulation diagram below reinforces that character of busyness and overload. Next slide, please.
Just pause while we have the fire alarm. I think that's it.
So just very quickly then, that suggests that I'm running over time as well. It's 11.
Well, not too bad. So just
okay. Good.
Yeah. So we're still
do 5 minutes in. So again, the space outside the station has become very squeezed by this increase in mass. It wouldn't be drenched in sunlight, as suggested by the precedent images. Next slide, please. And it's, I've forgotten I put this one in actually. So I just wanted to draw attention to this one. I'm slightly jumping about here because I'd forgotten this one was in here. But this is my point about the scale of the base of the building in that public realm space. The documents refer to this providing a sense of enclosure to King's Yard that replicates what it is at the moment, which I don't think it would do. And it's this extreme juxtaposition into this public realm of very large built elements. Next slide, please. This was the one that was supposed to follow the one about the sunny spaces. So this is from the landscape strategy and describes how the spaces are in shade for the majority of the day and the majority of the year. There is some sunlight that comes into the King's Head yard in the middle of the day for a couple of hours, but the passageway would be in shade and the Keats House yard would be in shade permanently. Next slide, please.
So that's public realm. Final heading under this is townscape and views. So relationship with the tall building cluster at London Bridge and the Shard.
So my comments on townscape and views would be very similar to those I've made about the 2018 scheme, and I just included this one image to describe again my concern about the loss of sky and the gap at the end of London Bridge and the disruption to the cluster and its relationship with Southwark Cathedral. Next slide. Oh. Oh no! What's happened there?
No.
I don't think that's your fault. That must be something with the file. So I'll just explain to you.
We've got the hard copy. This is
okay. So you can all look at the hard copy.
Technology comes to our rescue.
Not strained my neck so much if I keep talking to the hard copy. So the final image is a before and after. We all love a before and after of the view from Stony Street, which just again reiterates that both schemes have the same impact on that view, and that's an exemplar view. But I mean, it's the same case in a number of the other key views. The impact and the loss of clarity of the Shard and the primacy of the Shard is considerable in both cases.
Thank you. And then just in conclusion, so the likely reason or refusal that you're dealing with in respect of each scheme, summarised in the statements of case as proposed development not being appropriate for the site and its surrounding context, resulting in harm to townscape and local character, and not constituting good design. In light of all the evidence, what's your view about whether those concerns are well founded or not?
Well, I think they are well founded. In my view, neither proposal is appropriate to this site. It's not just a question of height, but overall scale of development. So that fitting the quantum of accommodation into this site, each building occupies the plot in an extreme way. Great proximity to the existing building, adverse effect on spatial qualities, light and functionality of the resulting public realm. Both proposals impose harm on the local townscape and context. The 2018 proposal is for a very tall building, which in my view, would be overbearing and dominant to its immediate context and wider. And the 2021 distributes the same quantum into a building that has much greater mass with a similarly adverse impact. It's not a question of architectural language. It's very possible for a new architectural intervention to sit very beautifully and in great contrast to existing conditions. It doesn't need to match the appearance and materiality of those, but it does need to be responsive to site conditions. And neither of these developments describe a design story that is responsive to the extent that I would expect to the townscape scale and adjacent buildings. So whilst I accept that the design team are for sure able to deliver buildings of exemplary high quality in the detailing arrangement specification, that ability to do that is undermined when the development would have such an adverse impact on its context. And it would include a permanent loss of existing valuable qualities.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Thank you, Madam. That's the evidence in chief, I think, just.
Oh, make it. That's good.
We'll have a comfort break then now.
There'll be much less time than I anticipated for, so you don't have to rush the break.
Okay. Should we come back at 11:30 then? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Find the intervention.
will put most of my planning policy questions to Mr. Glasgow rather than to you, but there are a couple of points I think which fall within your remit. So this is just to say that there are things coming later, if you like. Anyway, let us start somewhere. I really just want to start with the area at and around London Bridge Station, because if we need to look this up in the Southwark plan, we can, but you'll be aware that this area is described as a globally significant business district. In fact, you quote that in your proof.
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
You and you're aware, and those of us in the room who perhaps aren't as familiar with the history of the area over the last 20 or so years will know from the record, if you like. I mean, this is an area that's undergone, I mean, I think it would be fair to say, remarkable transformation in the last 20 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. And that has resulted in, I mean, what we see on the ground and up as we look up, as we walk around. I mean, it's resulted in dramatic, I mean, certainly marked contrasts in scale, height, and some dramatic and marked juxtapositions in contrasting scales and heights. You're nodding your head, so the inspector might or might not want to.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Of course. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And when it comes to assessing whether or not proposals for a tall building, whether it's a 2018 scheme or 2021 scheme, on the appeal side in this area would be appropriate, that context that you were just nodding your head away to, you were just agreeing to, is a very distinct and marked part of the character and appearance of the area, isn't it? These dramatic and marked.
It is.
Yeah.
With reservations.
Well, it is. Well, in fairness to you, I mean, I like the it is, but I'd best have the reservations, because then I can sort of take you up on them if I wish to do so. So it is, but or and. So what's the?
But it is, but in clearly defined areas. In my view, there remain areas that are not defined by that character, and they're very intact, and they benefit. One benefits the other. The distinctions benefit each other in those different character areas.
Well, the areas which are, if you like, intact, I mean, I suspect you mean by that, I mean, the appeal site and its immediate environs where, for example, there isn't anything that's tall. But when one is, for example, at the western end of St Thomas Street near the junction with Borough High Street, looking towards London Bridge, the dramatic and marked contrast in scale and height around London Bridge are very apparent.
That's right.
Yes. So the one influences the other, if you like. I mean, there's nothing hermetically sealed here, is it? It all sort of bleeds into.
I don't agree. I think there is very clear definition. That space, if you're standing at the western end of St Thomas Street, you are amongst low-rise buildings. You are in that space. The spatial quality that you're experiencing is low-rise. You can see tall buildings in the distance, but you are amongst low-rise buildings. And that's an important distinction.
You say in the distance. I mean.
Well, it's not that far,
Exactly.
But it's there.
Yes.
But you're not amongst it. You're not amongst when you're in near the Shard, you're amongst tall buildings. When you come out of the Shard building at the London Bridge platform level, you're in the influence of a tall building. You're not seeing it as an object in the distance. When you're standing at the western end of St Thomas Street, you're in an environment of low-rise buildings.
Well, obviously, as there isn't, if you're at the western end of St Thomas Street, there isn't a tall building right next to you. You only have to walk. Oh, what is it? it's not even 2 minutes. I mean, a minute and a half, and you're right by Shard Place, which is a tall building. So this environment of being in a bubble of lower buildings, is a moment in time, if you like. But even so, even if you and I were standing with the inspector, were standing at the western end of St Thomas Street and these low buildings around us, the character and appearance, even of that low-rise bubble, if you like, is influenced by the very close proximity of tall buildings, which are dramatically contrasting in their height, scale, architectural appearance, etc., etc.
It depends which way you're looking, of course.
Well, no, I'm looking. I'm obviously
not. Sorry, I don't mean to be facetious,
no,
but
I'm looking towards the Shard.
yeah.
That's the question. So I'm at the western end of St Thomas Street, and I'm, if you like, walking along it, or perhaps I've even stopped there for some reason. But I'm looking eastwards. I get my points of the compass right, looking eastwards. I mean, even though one's in a it is a short run, a relatively contained or confined area of lower buildings there, that is even so heavily influenced in terms of its character and appearance by the fact that there are dramatically contrasting tall buildings very, very close to you.
It retains still a strong sense of place that is distinct from the tall building.
Does the one influence
adjacent to it?
Does the one influence the other? I mean, obviously the inspector, forgive me for one moment, obviously the inspector will, I would suggest, will need to bear in mind these propositions you're putting forward, and she'll test them for herself when she goes back there, or form her own views. But so let's just have it clearly, please, if I might. When one's in West End of St Thomas Street, let's just say we've stopped there. We're looking towards the Shard Place, the News Building, Guy's Tower. In the future, there'll be other tall buildings. So, are we or are we not in a sub area, if you like, or a subset of the townscape which is influenced by those tall buildings, or is not influenced by those tall buildings?
I would say it's not. I think the tall buildings are apparent.
Okay.
In that area.
Fine. Well, there you are. There's a acid test question for the inspector when she goes there. She can ask herself, do I agree with Miss Adams or not? Okay. Because if you're wrong, if the inspector disagrees with you on that, if the western end of St Thomas Street, where the site lies geographically, in terms of its townscape character and appearance, is influenced by close proximity of very tall and tall buildings, if that's the conclusion the inspector reaches, if it is, then that matters, doesn't it, to the discussion that we're having?
Well, I think that's why I took
Does it matter to the discussion that we're having?
Does it matter?
It must.
Well, it's a consideration.
Yes, but it must matter, because you're saying, as I understand it, one's in this area and the tall buildings don't really influence the townscape and character and appearance of this small area that one's in. I mean, that, if you're right or if you're wrong on that, that must count. It must have a bearing on the discussion.
It's a question of being, it's a question of what you regard as context each time.
Exactly. That's the
point. I think context can be is a range of conditions. It can be the very close context, the actual place in which you are proposing a building. It can be the neighbourhood. It can be the wider city. Each of these warrant a different level of consideration, in my view.
Yeah, okay. I'm test it this way. We don't probably too much of a fiddle faddle to put the slides on the screen. We've got hard copies of them. Do you remember those slides you showed when we were in Southwark Street? You could see, especially might not be familiar with it yet, but the restored Hop Exchange building, rather long building on the left-hand side.
Yes.
And we look up towards what we know as the Borough High Street junction with St Thomas Street, and then we can see the Shard, etc. And you had that image there. The inspector's just looking through the image pack. Let's do that then. So sorry, we will do in a few moments. It is figure 19 19.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let me slow down and not worry about that vision by lunch. So figure 19. So there's a hop exchange, a long building on the left-hand side of the image. Looking up towards, we can see the news building there. We can see Shard Place. We can obviously see the Shard. Now, if we were there, in real terms, we were standing there having a little chat, looking that way. Does the Shard have an influence on, as a very tall building, have an influence on the character and appearance, the townscape, the context of that particular place, or not?
I think I'm struggling with the word influence. I think it has a presence. It has it's apparent. It's something that you can acknowledge. Whether it has an influence on the character of the space in which you're standing, I would really question that. I'm not sure that influence is the word I would use.
What word would you use?
I would use the word that it has an apparent. It's apparent, and has a distant presence.
Apparent
and significance.
Distant presence, and as one gets closer, the distant presence becomes a closer presence, obviously. So, for example,
Indeed.
if we turn the page to figure 20, we are closer to scene, so to speak. We're near the War Memorial. You're not, particularly like my word influence, fair enough. So there, the presence of the part of the cluster at London Bridge Station, Shard, etc. Again, you don't like my word influence, but has a presence in.
It has a presence,
the
yes.
character and appearance of this place, yes.
I mean, I think it does. Yes.
And as you get nearer, one imagines that presence must grow.
Yes.
Or is that too much? Oh, good. I've taken that. Wasn't too much of a silly assumption on my part. Now, what I can't remember is whether in your image pack you've got a west end of St. Thomas Street looking towards the Shard.
I have. It's image number.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just find it for you. Figure 5 and figure 10.
That's kind. Figure 5 and figure 7. Yeah, look at that. Gosh. Let's have a look at them together. So you don't particularly like influence, you like presence and so on. So I'm assuming, here we are, towards the western end of St. Thomas Street and on figure 5, top left, aren't we?
Yes.
Looking eastwards. I would suggest to you, using your language rather than mine, that the Shard and Shard Place, and indeed Guy's Tower, but the Shard and Shard Place have an inescapable and very apparent presence, to use your word rather than mine, when one is standing there looking that way.
It does.
Thank you. And you can see that even more clearly. Moved along a bit, so we're near. I don't quite know where we are, but we're near to the church. Now a museum on figure 10, aren't we? So again, this is us looking up, or you taking a picture of wherever this picture's come from, so you're looking up. But, very, very striking presence, to say the least.
If anything, I would suggest that the influence, if you like, reverting to your word, is to further emphasise the difference in these two places.
Sure, okay. Further emphasise the difference, but by further emphasising the distance,
the difference.
By further emphasising the difference, that tells me that one must be reading these. You regard them as distinct places. I don't, but there you are. One must be reading them together.
Yes, that's inescapable.
Exactly, that is inescapable. Right, okay, thank you very much indeed. Can we move next to this question about whether the site is at a point of landmark significance? You're going to have to assemble a couple of documents. So first of all, we'll need the Southwark Plan. The two things you'll need are the Southwark Plan, which is the inspection habit, I think, core document E, 01, E01. Gosh, how many of us? It's policy P17, which in the original document is page 133. I'll give you the PDF number in a moment. Say, gosh, look at that. That's one thing you'll need. And if you clever electronic people are, as I'm sure you'll all be able to do this, but Dumbo here has got hard copies, you'll need core document H015 as well, which is the Shard Place Officers Report. H015. I think it's a witness not given a copy of it. I think you might have a copy already, Miss Adams.
Oh, sorry.
They're very good on that side of the room because they have all these hard copies of documents for witnesses. I suspect my lot will start demanding this as well. But great. Okay. So there are two separate but I think related topics I want to discuss with you. One is point of landmark significance. The other is London Bridge cluster. All right. So let's start with the point of landmark significance. So the inspector might or might not be particularly familiar with the way this works. Let's just set the scene by looking at the way it works, and I'll come to the question. So in the Southwark plan, it's policy P17, page 133, if you've got it there, tall buildings. And we're told at item 1, the areas where we expect tall buildings are shown on the adopted policies map and on figure 4. Typically within major town centres, opportunity area cores, action area cores, and a central activity zone. And figure 4 is found a bit further on at page 137. It's not the world's clearest diagram, but one thing that's for certain sure is that the site lies within the central activities zone, which is one of the areas where the policy says tall buildings are expected. That's right, isn't it?
It is.
Yes. That doesn't mean that every site within that area is appropriate. I'm not making that foolish mistake, but we are within an area where tall buildings are expected. Now, reading on, we're told at item 2 of the policy on page 133 that tall buildings must be located at a point of landmark significance. And one, as a newcomer, if you like, to this, one might wonder, well, what's that mean? And the plan helpfully tells us at page 135 in what it beguilingly describes as a fact box. I'm not sure these things are facts, but there you are. And in the fact box on page 135, we're told point of landmark significance. A point of landmark significance is where a number of important routes converge, where there's a concentration of activity, and which is or will be the focus of views from several directions. And as I understand both your written evidence and what you said in chief earlier on, it's your view that the site is not within a place, not at a place that could be described in that way.
That's correct.
Right. So let's just set some context to that. Now we know that Shard Place, we know where it is. It's on the other side of St Thomas Street, diagonally opposite our site, the appeal site. This issue of point of landmark significance needed to be analysed in that decision. Permission granted by the council. And that's document H015. So if you can just go to that, please, which is a Shard Place Officers Report. And we know, perhaps if we just glance at, sorry, I've got to extract, so I imagine it must be on page 2 of the PDF, paragraph 10, details of the proposal. I mean, we can see proposal now in, what was a proposal, we can see in real life built, but it's for the proposal scheme is 2 towers, 16 and 26 stories, one at the higher elevation and one down at St Thomas Street, so to speak. And by way of working out whether or not Shard Place, and we all know where Shard Place is in relation to appeal site, is at a point of landmark significance, you need to go on to a run of paragraphs that begins at paragraph 104. I should give you a page for that in a few moments' time. Page 16 and 16 on the PDF. You've got a hard copy, so paragraph 104. So there, paragraph 104. Ma'am, are you there? Thank you. Heading is located at a point of landmark significance. That sounds promising. We're told designation of this point of landmark significance is subject of extensive discussion at the inquiry relation to the shard. Fair enough. And then at paragraph 105, point of landmark significance is defined in the SAVE policies of the Southwark Plan. I won't read it out, but the definition then is the definition now. It's just in a different document. So we're dealing with the same thing. And we are told by the case officer, this location, that Shard Place, fits that definition. It is located as a significant river crossing. Indeed, and at the confluence of different modes of transport where a proposal of exceptional quality could be considered if it substantially exceeds its context. If it substantially exceeds its context. Now, just pausing there, it would be odd to say the least, wouldn't it, Miss Adams, if Shard Place, which is it 30 seconds away from the nearest part of our site, if that, I mean diagonally across the road, is at a point of landmark significance because it's located at a significant river crossing and a confluence, all sorts of things. It'd be rather odd if that was the case diagonally across the road and not at our site. That would be a surprising conclusion, wouldn't it?
Perhaps.
That's
I mean, I think it's interesting because I'm not quite sure. They don't specify in this the extent of area that one has to consider as a place of landmark significance. And I completely understand why the Shard Place and Shard are considered to be, because they're sitting right within the complex of the station, which is a convergence of routes. I
think the Shards, the Shard obviously is because it's sitting on top of the station.
Yeah.
But Shard Place, with respect, I don't think.
Well, it's very close.
It is pretty close, and we are pretty close to Shard Place. That's the point.
But significantly in the appeal site, it's what separates the two sites that I think has a great significance here.
And then just read on. Okay, what separates? You just read on because that's just the start of it. Paragraph 106. In the context of buildings of significant scale, including the Shard, London Bridge Place. What is that? Is that New City Court? That must be. I suspect that's New City Court.
I think that's the news building, isn't it? I think it was called London Bridge Place.
I've got some kind of mental dyslexia here. Sorry, I meant the news building. I meant the news building. Sorry, not New City Court. The news building. So yes, the Shard, the news building, and the Guy's Hospital Tower. So we've now popped across St Thomas Street, and we know how far back from St Thomas Street the Guy's Hospital Tower is. So that context, the Shard, the news building, the Guy's Hospital Tower, located over a major transport interchange, well, Shard Place literally isn't, but there you are, overground, underground and buses, suggests this site could be judged to be of landmark significance. And then it goes on saying, in contrast with it to its neighbours, it's located in the conservation area, but that's a different point for somebody else. So just help me with that. I mean, if we're now in the officer's report bringing in not only the Shard, the news building, it said Shard Place is part of all of that, but also Guy's Hospital Tower. I mean, we've cast our net wider now, haven't we, in terms of this point of landmark significance.
In an eastward direction and northward direction. Whether that means that it should be cast wide to the south is a different point. Well, it's also the Shard Place is arriving into a context of tall buildings that are visually completely, it's very connected to, it's actually connected almost physically.
With respect, Shard Place, yes, is very close to the Shard, but Guy's Tower is to the south, as we can see, as we know, and as we can see from the model anyway, is to the south of St Thomas Street, sits back a bit from, I'm not going to over-egg it, it sits back a bit from St Thomas Street, and yet that is seen as being part of this point of landmark significance. That's a discussion that's being had here in the report. So it isn't simply a case of saying the Shard Place, news building, the Shard, that's the point of landmark significance. We've got included in it to the south of St Thomas Street. We're to the south as well. We've got, we're on St Thomas Street on the southern side. We've got Guy's Tower too. So that's seen to be the point of landmark significance in this case officer's report, within which the Shard Place was seen to sit. And so I'll just come back to that. Once one's cast one's net even wider to step across St Thomas Street, to move south of St Thomas Street to Guy's Tower, it really would be even odder if within a few paces, New City Court is regarded as somehow being not at this same point of landmark significance that all these other buildings are, including Guy's Tower. That would seem...
Well, no, because I think it's a different condition. It's a different condition because the site is located on... Between the site and Shard Place is a space recognised in the conservation appraisal that is distinct and is conservation quality. On the east side, that's not the case. It's a different grain. It's got a different character. And so these considerations aren't just about the broader location. They're going to take in a lot of considerations.
Forgive me, no. This is point of landmark significance we're talking about. So let's not stray.
Yes, okay.
Because we've got a so-called fact telling us what a point of landmark significance is. And it is where a number of important routes converge. So that apparently is a condition that can be said of the Shard, yes. The news building, Shard Place, Guy's Tower, but not of our site. Seems strange, don't you think?
Well, I don't agree with you, but I appreciate your point.
Where there's a concentration of activity, run through the same lot again, would seem very odd. The concentration activity is by and large going to be the same or very similar folk who are walking past our site anyway.
Well, I think
it's from London Bridge or emerging from the London Bridge station exit.
I think throughout the documents in this case, it's been interesting to consider what constitutes context.
No, that's not what I'm asking you.
Okay, sorry.
Forgive me. This is the point of landmark significance is three things, apparently. Important routes converge, concentration of activity, focus of views from several directions. And it's a very, very simple point. So simple, even I can make it. That's to say, it does seem rather odd. It would be an odd conclusion to reach to say that group of existing buildings, I won't run them through all of them again, but it includes Guy's Tower, is all of those things. But within the proverbial spitting distance of them, and within a few paces of them, New City Court is not. And that seems to me to be very odd. Would you agree or not?
I appreciate the point you're making. I think it has to stop somewhere. It would be the response to that. Surely an area of landmark significance. Otherwise, where does it continue to? Okay,
well, let's just test that. Thank you. Let's just move on from the ones that we can see, with our own eyes now, if we go there, to the ones which have been permitted. So the model is quite useful for this, right in front of the inspector, to the east of the Shard, etc., and the buildings around it and near it. We've now got these three permitted towers. We can see them there. I went on through the Capital, the Edge, and Vinegar Yard. One of the Vinegar Yard ones. Two have actually got consents. One was taken by the Mayor of London to be decided by him, and he's decided to approve it. But the Section 106 needs to be completed before the permission is issued. So that's the status of them. And they're all in this self-same point of landmark significance. That's the way the record reads for all of them. And yet our site, albeit to the west of the pinnacle, the shard of this point of landmark significance, our site is much closer to the shard than the closest of those eastern approved buildings. Do you see?
Mm-hmm.
So again,
Yes.
I mean, I put very odd to you. I mean, it really would be getting bizarre to say all of that lot is at the point of landmark significance, but us much closer to the shard than even the closest ones, those new ones to the east, isn't. I mean, it would be positively bizarre to come to that conclusion. It would just be odd. It'd be potty.
I don't agree, because I think it's impossible to consider just. I mean, I hesitate to go here because I think you're going to pick me up on speaking to the question, quite rightly. I suppose I would say it's difficult to consider the landmark significance without considering these other factors about what's actually at the ground level and what the space is like and what it is.
Yes, to which I would simply put back to you that if I had a policy and a plan that said point of landmark significance and there was no explanation as to what that meant, then we might have all these sorts of discussions. But in this case, you know, love it or loathe it or neither, we've actually got a definition in the plan. And that's what I've been plodding my way through, you know, forgive me. But anyway, there you are. There's the little discussion, and the inspector can make of it what she pleases. Now, if we move on to the separate but related point of, you know, would a tall building on our site be part of the London Bridge cluster? Can I just first of all set the scene by reminding us what the Southwark plan has to say about that? Mercifully, it's in the same P17 section of the plan. We're on page 134 now, so this is in the tall buildings policy part. Pardon me, of the plan. Oh, is it lunchtime yet? And so 134 by that man. See what is anything interesting on that page. It should have at the top of the page reasons. Thank you. So this is the text that goes with the tall buildings policy. And at the bottom of page 134, we come to paragraph 7. All right. And if you're there, the riverfront areas of Blackfriars Road, we needn't worry ourselves about that. Bankside, needn't worry about that. London Bridge, there you are. Let's start worrying ourselves about that. The riverfront areas of ... London, of Blackfriars Road, Bankside and London Bridge provide an established height for tall building clusters set back from the river. Established height for tall building clusters set back from the river, with a number of prominent buildings visible on the skyline, including, and then there are a number I needn't trouble you with, at least one of them is mine, Guy's Hospital Tower, London Bridge Place and the Shard. Guy's Hospital Tower, London Bridge Place and the Shard, so our friends from a few moments ago. The Shard, which stands at 309.6 metres, has formed a new pinnacle within the existing cluster of tall buildings around London Bridge Station and Guy's Hospital. Around London Bridge Station and Guy's Hospital. This tall building has redefined the skyline of the area, making London Bridge a focus for new tall building development. A focus for new tall building development. So the cluster that's being described is a cluster which currently comprises time when this was, yes, so as in this plan, currently comprises, as we know, the Shard, the News Building, Shard Place and Guy's, and the Shard stands, as it obviously does, as the pinnacle of that cluster. So that's the cluster which we're trying to get to grips with here, isn't it? Yes. Now, I hope this isn't too esoteric a question, but just that I'm crystal clear on this, look at the model. if you may, just as an aid memoir, are you seriously suggesting that if a tall building was built on our appeal site, it would not form part of that cluster, even though it is diagonally across the road a few yards or metres away from, well, Shard Place is its nearest of the.
Yes, I am seriously suggesting that.
Right, okay. So it'd be distinct from the cluster.
I think it would. It's one of the things that allows us to read the group as a cluster is its overall form. It's not just the individual buildings and their proximity to each other. It's the fact that the cluster has a form which is downward inclined towards the London Bridge. And in that sense, the arrival of the appeal building would disrupt that, and that would disrupt the sense of this as a cluster.
Well, let's just think about that, because the 2018 scheme is about the same height. And if we look, if the inspector looking at the model, the 2018 scheme is about the same height as the other shoulder, if you like, to the east of the Shard in the view that the inspector's got, in other words, Guy's Tower. The 2021 scheme is obviously that much lower than, it's about the same height as Shard Place, there or thereabouts. And of course, to the east or the left, as the inspector looks at the model, we've got, well, the nearest of those approved buildings is pretty much the height of our 2018 scheme, and obviously higher. So happens 2021 scheme is sitting on the left-hand side of the table, but is quite a bit higher than the 2021 scheme. So just help me with this. We know again from the record that the approved schemes to the east of the Shard, the three buildings, are seen as part of the cluster that we've been discussing. And yet, I mean, it's the same point. The nearest one is farther from the Shard than we are, and obviously the Vinegar Yard one is a heck of a lot further away from the Shard than we are. So we have a cluster that includes those buildings to the east, but when you go closer to the Shard than any of those at the appeal site, we're not in the cluster. And that seems a bit peculiar to me, I have to say. It seems a bit of a strange judgment call.
But I think that one of the points here is
Don't you think? It seems a bit inconsistent. Eastern ones, part of the cluster, we're closer to the Shard, the Pinnacle, than any of them. We're not part of the cluster. That seems strange.
No, it's not strange, because the condition to the west of the Shard is very different to that condition that's sitting to the east of the Shard. The west of the Shard.
Condition? Can I just? I don't mean to be rude to you.
No, that's
the
fine.
The word condition means what?
The urban landscape, the context,
Right.
the townscape to the west is very different to the one that you find to the east. To the west, you've got the Shard, a relatively short space before you hit London Bridge, and that's a major consideration for the shape of the cluster, because it provides a natural termination of that shape. To the east, it's a much more sprawling urban grain. It's a much more open condition. It's not terminated so clearly and prominently by a big geographic element such as a bridge. And so they are very different shapes, and the condition of the shape overall of the cluster is formed by those conditions, and it's formed by its proximity to the London Bridge and Borough High Street.
You expect to think that all through for herself, obviously, but I mean, I'll just put it to you, it would be a mighty lopsided cluster if we've got these tall buildings to the east of the Shard. Yes.
But I think that's fine. I think it's fine for it to be lopsided. It's still a defined form.
Right.
And it's lopsided because of major geographic conditions.
Yes, I see. So it's a lopsided cluster, and well, there you are. That's how it is. Right. So that's your position on it. So again, even though other buildings very, very close to the site are within the cluster, we're not, and the inspector can think that through for herself. Okay. I'm not sure, by the way, if you'll help me with this, when you talk about the condition, the way you
yes, right. Now, yeah, sure.
How that, I mean, the concept of a cluster is, I mean, to what extent is that actually related to what you've described as a condition? Because it's isn't it a much simpler concept? That is to say, you've got a jolly tall building, the tallest building in Western Europe, at the pinnacle, and one looks around, if you like, to see, well, where are the foothills of this pinnacle? And it seems to me, to be honest, I have to say that it'd be very, very odd to think of a shorter, albeit tall building on our appeal site not being within the foothills of the Shard.
Well, I think the views suggest that it still disrupts that downward incline, which is very clear and successful in its present and proposed condition with Colebrook House. I mean, that downward incline is very deliberate.
The downward incline, well, let's just think about that. I mean, the downward incline, I mean, if nothing else, either of our schemes would be a downward incline from the Shard to the west of the Shard, because the 2018 scheme is less than half of the height of the Shard, and the 2021 scheme is about a third of the height of the Shard. So, I mean, if that's not a downward incline, I must admit I'm not sure what is.
Well, I think
a third.
Yes, I think it's where it disrupts the view from London Bridge as well, which is the sort of termination of that downward incline. And so, if that gets disrupted, then the clarity of that form, that overall form, is lost.
Where do I find any assistance in any of the planning policy documents that bear on the subject of this cluster that tells me that I'm to stand on London Bridge, if you like, and if I think something's disrupted, then it's not part of the cluster, whereas if I think it's not disrupted, it is? I mean, where does this idea, this making standing on London Bridge, walking away from the city towards Southwark, where do I find that sort of as the way in which one should judge whether we're in the cluster?
It's an independent judgment from myself.
Jolly good. Thank you.
Reading the townscape as it exists and as it's proposed.
Okay, thank you. I mean, if we return to paragraph 7 of the Southwark plan on page 134, where we were just 5 minutes ago, whenever it was, where are we? You'll remember that we're told this area around the Shard, I'll just use language like that, hopefully not to be too controversial, is a focus for new tall building development, and we are told that the Shard is a new pinnacle, and we're told elsewhere it should remain the pinnacle, as we know. I mean, if nothing else, with our two appeal schemes, either of our two appeal schemes in place, the Shard would very much remain the pinnacle of this cluster, as I would see it, or cluster with an additional tall building, as you would see it, to one side. But the Shard would very much remain the pinnacle, obviously, wouldn't it? Very distinctly so. Yes, you're nodding your head. The inspector needs to make
well, I think it would depend how those other arrivals would be defined and their extent of groupings.
Other rivals be. I'm not
sure I understood your question.
Okay.
Actually. I apologize.
No, it's my fault entirely. I keep saying that. I never mean it, but there you are. But there's a secret revealed. So the point's a very, very straightforward one. Just you've got the 2018 scheme on the model. You can imagine the 2021 scheme in its place if one wishes to. Either of them, both of them, whichever one is, if either is approved and built. One thing that's for certain sure, the Shard would remain the pinnacle. You're nodding your head, I think.
Yes, I agree.
Good. Thank you very much. Right.
But I think, if I may add,
yes, of course.
There's 2 points about the Shard. One is it's acting as a pinnacle, and one is retaining its primacy, which is a slightly different point. And I think some of the points I was making in my presentation is that the proposal might challenge that primacy or the clarity of that primacy. It doesn't challenge it as a pinnacle because it's not going to be exceeded in height.
Well, but if you're going to have a building, I don't know whether this would simplify matters too much for your good self, but if you're going to have a pinnacle building around which other tall buildings are clustered, that seems to be the concept here. So you have a pinnacle building around which other tall buildings are clustered. It is inevitable that somewhere along the line, in a view from here and a view from there and a view from somewhere else, there would be an obstruction of the view of the Shard. I mean, classically, and, you know, as somebody who loves the Shard, walking across London Bridge Station from the city towards Southwark, either side of the bridge, I mean, one thing that the news building has done, albeit by the same architectural practice, blah, 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 is it's obscured the base and a good deal of the middle of the Shard with that sort of curved, with that curved. Now, that might be a good thing or a bad thing, but whatever else it is, it's certainly impinged upon the clarity of the view of the Shard that was there before that building was built. And the same thing's going to happen with whatever's approved in due course at Colchurch House, because that's the grotty site where Richard Sounds used to be, if you remember that.
Yes.
But anyway, so, and as one moves around, as this cluster grows, forget us. I mean, who knows what's going to happen to us? But, you know, the cluster as is, other buildings are going to be added to this cluster. There are other tall building sites which are seen to be appropriate in principle in the plan, etc. It's inevitable. Tall buildings near a pinnacle tall building are going to obscure, to a greater or lesser extent, in some views or other views, the prominence of the Shard.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Which is why it's so critical to assess them in terms of their relationship and their character relationship as well to the Shard. Yeah,
but this has to be done in a 360-degree way, doesn't it? I mean, exactly. One can't just take one or 2 points and say, oh, there you are. I mean, I can't do that on my side of the room, and you can't do it on yours. One should be doing this in the round. Yes, you're nodding your head. Sorry.
Yes, sorry.
No, that's all right. It's just when there's agreement, it's such a trial.
For the benefits of the recording.
No, you said yes.
Yes.
Right, let's move on, please. We can think. Bear with me. I think we can pop the plan away, the Southwark plan. Forgive me, if that helps you at all in terms of tidying up your desk. And I want to move to something completely different now. Which is turning to the scheme, or the schemes. And you will know that in his proof of evidence, Mr. Alford describes, if I summarise it in this way, the design story, the evolution of the two schemes. And I'll just give the page references for the note. So for the 2018 scheme, that is from pages 53 to 77 inclusive of his proof. Of course I can, yes, no problem. 53 through to 77 inclusive for the 2018 scheme. So all the consultations, I mean, it started in 2015. I mean, you know, who said planning moves at a snail's pace? But there you are. 2021 is at pages 135 through to 142. I'm not going to ask you any particular questions about them. I'm just giving the reference for the notes, just in case the inspector ever might wonder in the future what on earth was that chap banging on about when he asked these questions. So those are the sections of the proof that ground us in this. Now, as I understand it, but I really do need to just check this, you're not in any way disputing, contesting, or saying that, you know, Mr. Alford, hasn't set out accurately the extensive consultation that took place in relation to the new schemes that are documented there. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Good. And I mean, if nothing else, it can certainly be described as a process of extensive engagement and consultation, can't it?
Correct.
Yes. Now, obviously, the 2021 scheme comes along riding off the back of the several years that went into the 2018 scheme. And indeed, the clock didn't stop at 2018 because there was post-application consultation, etc., etc. And so, as a process of consultation with, not sure if anyone was missed out, to be honest, but all relevant parties who might have a view to express, etc., etc., I mean, it would be fair to describe the process as exemplary, wouldn't it?
It's an exemplary consultation process, yes.
Which is what I'm putting to you, yeah. Good. Thank you.
I mean, you started with reference to the design story, and I'm not sure if that's a point you're pursuing.
Well, it's the design story as told in Mr. Alford's.
But I don't think it is a design story. I think it's a story of what happened, not how the design emerged. I think a design story that the National Design Guide refers to is a very different idea. The design guide refers to the design story, where you understand a site, you can explain the story of how that site informs an emerging design, and the design is tested and repeatedly tested against those understandings. That's the design story. This is simply a story of what happened. It's not the same.
We disagree, but the inspector's noted your point, but the inspector, can turn the pages for herself in due course and ask herself the question whether she thinks Mr. Alford is explaining the evolution of the schemes or not. We would say yes, you would say no, but it's set out there.
Well, it's not a design story.
Not to rise the debate.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that's your answer, and the inspector can read flick through the pages, and she can decide for herself. Okay. Now, moving on, don't have to worry about that anymore. Let's move on to something quite different. And it's this. Now, we know that your proof of evidence documents what you regard as the harm that would arise from either of the schemes. So I'm going to ask you about that a bit later on.
Yes.
But what I want to do by way of setting the scene, please, is to just ask you this. Can we start with the 2018 scheme? Is there anything good that you see in the 2018 scheme?
There's lots of things that are good.
Can we take them then slowly and one at a time? Because one wouldn't understand that from your proof, where not a single good thing is mentioned about the scheme.
No, that's true.
And why is that?
Because I'm assessing it in terms of its townscape qualities and the impact it has in this place. I don't think it's possible to isolate the concept of architectural quality from its setting, from the context. So if you were to isolate it, as has been shown in some of those iterative design drawings, it's perfectly possible to have some really enjoyable compositional concepts, some material ideas, which are very clear and very well put. When you put it into its context and test it, those are undermined by the harm that it does to that context.
Let's have because we've got plenty of the harm as you see it. You understand we disagree, but plenty of the harm as you see it, and literally none of the good as you see it. And in a balanced assessment, one might hope to see the both, then some overall explanation as to, to put it briefly, is this where you're coming from, so to speak? That each scheme, if you like, are beautiful objects in their own right, or well-designed objects in their own right. I don't want to be too provocative. Well-designed objects in their own right, but set in their immediate context, you think they have an overall harmful effect. Is that
correct?
Correct. Good.
I think I did mention that the concept strategy is very clear about the railways and the warehouses. Whether it's appropriate for this site is what I'm disputing.
Okay, fine.
And whether it succeeds is what I'm disputing.
Fine. But again, that's the negatives. This is, and I'm just wondering, can we just leave the negatives, in your proof? I'm going to come back to them, I promise you. But I just want to have this positive side of the story, because
I would expect nothing less than a well-designed building from the practice in question.
Nothing less.
Whether it's appropriate for the site is the bigger question.
I'm
sorry, apologies. I'm rambling.
You're not rambling. No, you're not rambling. But we're just trying to.
Yes.
Because we're going to get. Don't worry.
Okay.
I promise you, I'm going to ask you about harm, but I want to sort of just set the scene by talking about the other side of the equation, or the coin, if you like. So. You said to me there's lots that's good about the 2018. We're going to do them separately. Lots that's good about the 2018 scheme. And I wonder if you can just explain them slowly enough so we can make a note, please. What are all these good things about the 2018 scheme, please? Let's have them on the table, so to speak.
I am struggling to identify them, I have to say, because I can't separate it from the scale of it and the mass of it and the place of it.
Yeah, I've got all of that, but you're the person. I asked you, do you see anything good in the 2018? And you said yes, lots.
Well, what I mean by that is that I know it would be well detailed. I know the specification would be high. I know the materials would be of the very highest quality and it would be considered. But that doesn't necessarily result in an architecture that I like or that I think is appropriate or a good piece of architecture. I can't really do what you're asking me, actually. I can't really pick out, I think it's an interesting concept, that it's a sort of series of slabs, that's okay. I mean, it doesn't necessarily result in a great building because
of its context, as you said.
Partly because of its context. Partly because I think its mass in relation to its height, it's not, I wouldn't regard it as slender. I know that's been referred.
I'm going to interrupt you because you said a little while ago the 2018 scheme had lots of...
Yes, I'm regretting saying that.
Pardon me?
I'm slightly regretting saying that because I think it sounds a bit sweeping.
It would suit me fine if you said there was nothing good about all of these schemes, because that would tell me something about the balance or lack of your assessment. So let's just rewind, because to be honest, here, I really don't mind what your answer is. So 2018 scheme, anything good about it? That was the question 5 minutes ago. Anything good about it? Do you want to say nothing good about it? Nothing?
I don't think there's anything exceptional that I can identify.
Right. Thank you.
What I was making the distinction between is understanding that a practice such as AHMM are very capable of designing well-considered detailing and, putting a good building together. Whether that makes this a good building is a different matter. So I was making that distinction.
No, indeed,
not calling into question.
And it's obviously, and I'm sure Mr. Alford is president of the RIBA. I'm sure he's very, very happy to have another member of the RIBA saying he can manage every now and again to put together a half-decent building. So that's very kind of you. I'm sure he's delighted. He'll put it on his webpage. Let's move it back to these buildings that we propose. 2018. So we know you think the 2018 scheme would be harmful. Is there anything positive about it at all?
No.
No. Right. Thank you. And so if we think about that, for example, opening up the site to the public, it's currently by and large a closed site. There are very small places where the public can access, and one of them in reality is a fire escape route. So opening up the site to public access, I know you say it's going to be terribly busy and, we're not going to be able to sit there, you and I, and have a cup of coffee and a nice chat and all that business. But for heaven's sake, a considerable part of the site would be opened up to the public. There would be that new exit from the rear of the London Bridge underground station, etc., etc. Is that not a positive? Not a good thing?
Well, it's only a positive if it's really good, if it really works.
So it's not a positive?
It's a good strategy.
It's a good strategy.
It's a good strategy to introduce more. No, it is. It is. If it's good, if it works.
Okay. It is if it works. The very concept of opening up the site to public use and activity, I mean, in a way, you're criticising this public realm for being successful in the sense that there will be lots of people in it.
Well, there'll be lots of people. It would service the building from the exit of the station to the building.
From the exit to the station to the building, yes, there'll be a lot of people.
I mean, I think the inclusion in my presentation of Mr. Alford's early diagram of the blue blob in the corner was an interesting point, because that showed a considered strategy of the relationship between built form and open space. It doesn't describe height. As it turns out, the resulting proposal is much bigger.
Okay. Well, I don't think the blob was ever meant to describe height, but there you are. So,
no,
2018 scheme, I just want to make a note because, it just helps me to put you into context, if you like. So, 2018 scheme, nothing positive at all, not even opening up the site to the public as we propose.
Well,
Is that
No,
fair?
because
Is
I
that a
think the
fair
scale of the
record?
building is too adverse in its impact on that opening up, and there's no, and I haven't been, it's not been explained to me why opening up the site requires a building of that scale in order to achieve that, because I do think opening up the site is not a bad thing.
Why should it be explained to you that?
Well, because
just to pause for one moment. Sorry, I mean, heavens, Let's rewind to the question I put to you, and I just want a direct answer to it, and then, of course, you can elaborate. So, because I want to note down, in terms of me seeking to understand you and put you into context, if you like, how balanced your assessment is. 2018 scheme, nothing positive at all, not even opening up the site as is proposed to the public. Is that a fair record of your position? And you can then qualify it or whatever you want to do.
yes.
Thank you. Right, good. Not even opening up the public.
Well, not at any cost. It's very difficult to give a yes and no to that. Opening up the site at any cost is not a positive thing.
I didn't put you at any cost. I put you in relation to the 2018. I'm not asking you
I think it's fine. Well, sorry, I'm rambling again.
No, don't worry. I'm not asking you this for once, if you like. It's not a question of approach, if you like, or a more abstract question from me, or a more discursive question. This is actually about the 2018 scheme, and I just want to get it down on paper, and I want the inspector to understand this, and she can then judge whether she thinks this is a balanced and fair assessment for herself. So 2018 scheme, nothing positive at all, not even opening up the site to the public as proposed, in other words, in the 2018 scheme. That's not.
I think opening up the site would be a very good thing.
But not as we propose it.
Not in this way.
Right, thank you. So not as we propose. While we're with the 2018 scheme, what about the restoration of the Georgian Terrace? Is that not a good thing?
That would be a good thing.
That would be a good thing. So we've got a smidgen of good there, have we? Restoring the listed buildings. That would be a good thing. All right. There you are. We've teased something good out of you. Restoring the Georgian Terrace is good. So, 2021, probably on a roll now, the 2021 scheme. Same question, same answer?
I actually like the treatment of the elevation. I think it's very considered.
Gosh, Mr. Alford would be so.
The play of light and shade and the chamfered openings, I think, would be done. I'm sure they would be done well. I think they're a nice architectural move.
So is that a positive?
That's a positive, yes.
Right. So the architectural.
I think the elevational treatments are of interest.
Elevational treatment, 2021.
Not necessarily in this setting, but I probably don't need to say that.
But you do in a way because it's the same question, but for each scheme. For both schemes. I'm just trying to. It's a very simple point. I'm just trying to understand whether we know where the site is, we know where it's located, we know what the proposals are, whether you see anything that's worthy of praise in either of the schemes, not as an abstract thing that's, held in our hands as a model, but on the site where we are. And I've got it for 2018, nothing positive at all, not even opening up the site as we propose it, but you then said, yes, restoring the Georgian Terrace is a good thing. Are we in a similar place with the 2021 scheme, or is this point about you rather like the elevations? Is that a positive?
They're very, I think, I genuinely find this incredibly hard to answer, because I find it incredibly hard to separate out an assessment of architecture without considering it in its fullest way.
But I'm not asking you to do that.
I know, that's why I'm finding it hard, because I think, definitely if one were to have a conversation about different ways to design a building elevation, the considerations of light and shade and the material handling on 2021 is of interest in that conversation. Whether it's of interest or value in this particular architectural proposition in this particular place, I don't agree with. And the same point comes back to the opening up of the public space. In principle, it's a very good move to increase permeability across the site, but not at any cost.
Yeah, and I'm not putting the at any These are your words, not the question I'm putting to you, but I'm not putting an at any cost question to you. I'm asking you about the two schemes. That's the cost, if you like. It's the
Yes,
two schemes are in front of the inspector. So would I be right or would I be wrong to make a note that for the 2021 scheme, you would see nothing positive at all, not even opening up the site to the public as is proposed? In other words, in the 2021 scheme, save that you would recognise that restoring the Georgian Terrace is a good thing. Is that a fair summary of your position?
I think restoring the Georgian Terrace is a good thing.
Yes. Yes.
I like the design features of the elevation in isolation to their overall scheme.
Right, okay. It's this point in isolation, because I'm not asking you to judge at this moment in time. That's why I asked you the sort of, well-designed objects, but not in this context question. You answered that quite a while ago. You agreed with that. So we're not now talking about the objects in the abstract.
Well, I did
we're
say...
talking about, forgive me, we're talking about the proposals in the place in which they sit. And,
yes.
Frankly, and, I've been very straightforward with you about this. I'm just trying to tease out whether or not the assessment that you've carried out of each scheme is a balanced one or not, and whether the assessment comprises a whole bunch of harm and no recognition of anything good at all. And that's what I'm trying to do with you. So I'll just repeat, and I will move on after this because the inspector won't.
Can I just say one, to be fair, in my presentation, I did make mention of the 2021 scheme as a building, as an object that could be quite striking in a very open setting.
So you did, and I'm not asking you about, would it be jolly nice somewhere else in an open setting? Exactly. I'm asking you about, about the scheme in the location where it is.
Yes.
Because that's what the inspector's got to judge. And so I'm just going to one last time and just tell me whether I've got this right or if I've got it wrong. If I got it right, you can just say yes. And if I've got it wrong, you say no, and you can explain. So I'm just going to do it one last time. 2021 scheme, would it be fair for me to summarise the position? You see nothing positive about it at all, not even opening up the site to the public as is proposed, save that you acknowledge that restoring the Georgian Terrace is a positive. Is that a fair summary?
I find it difficult to understand how you can separate out the Georgian Terrace component and not separate out the opening up of the site, because these are separate in principle positives. Opening up the site is an in principle positive. The Georgian Terrace is an in principle positive. But otherwise, my answer is no.
Right, okay. Well, we'll leave it there. I'm not entirely sure that's a direct answer, but fair enough. Okay. All right. Good, thank you very much indeed. And I want to now move to the other side of the equation, if you like. So just to set the scene, just as you were taken to this in chief, the council statement of case, as you'll know, sort of summarised, sets out the position, their key points of objection, if you like. And for the point in hand, the text of each statement of case is identical, so we can just work off one of them. So the 2018 statement of case from the council, which I don't know what core document reference that is actually, but anyway. CD1. I03 apparently. Thank you. And in the original page, it's page 22. Yeah. No, so I'm on paragraph 8.20.
21.
PDF page 21. How on earth is a PDF one page less than the
Are we looking at the statement of case?
I am.
Yes.
I'm just asking myself an existential question. Don't understand that. How can a PDF be one page?
Oh,
Sorry,
yes.
I'm the 21. That would be
That's what you've done, you naughty person. Right, okay, go on. 2018 scheme. I want the paragraph 8.20. Page 22. Excellent. That would make a lot more sense. Jolly good. So, gosh, as always, it's a very short point. It's taken us longer to find the thing. So, have you got 8.20 there?
Yes.
Good. So the council would have refused planning permission because the scale and design of the proposal are not appropriate for this site and its surrounding context. So there you are, that's your evidence. And it's this bit I'm interested in, resulting in harm to the townscape and local character. Harm to townscape and local character. Now, you'll understand, Miss Adams, that, but let me just check, that if the inspector agrees with you that there would indeed be harm to townscape and local character, that isn't the end of the equation. That then has to be put into an overall balance, and just like the heritage stuff, you have to then weigh it against whatever public benefits there might be and come to an overall decision. So you'll understand that you're I'm sure you're a very important cog, but you're a cog in a bigger machine, if you like.
Yes,
there are other things going on around you.
Yes.
So I, with that in mind, then just read through your proof, thinking, well, I know you're not a great fan of these schemes. I got that much from reading your proof. But I was looking to see, well, how is the harm that would arise from the things that you're not very keen on? How would the harm manifest itself? So if you'll bear with me, the concepts that I found, or the propositions I found in your proof, are as follows. We can look at them all if we need to, but you might just want to scribble them down. That there would be an abrupt change of scale, so abrupt. This is for either scheme, by the way. Overbearing. There would be a jarring juxtaposition. There would be a leap in scale. Now, these are the things, I was going to say leapt off the page, but these are the things that came through clearly from your proof. There is also, whether it's related or a distinct point, I'm not sure, but there's also the point that you've made already earlier on, that you consider that in some way either proposal would interfere with the prominence of the Shard as a key landmark. So we've talked about that one earlier on. But otherwise, apart from that point, I mean, in gist, is that where we are on the harm side of the equation? The leap in scale, what you regard as a jarring juxtaposition, that's say between buildings of one scale with a proposal of another scale.
They're headings rather than complete. They're sort of headings within each one. I think one would want to sort of extrapolate the meaning to each of those.
Yes, I'm sure that there's obviously, I'm taking key words.
Of course, yes.
And I know that there's, I could take you to each of the paragraphs and make these points. And of course, there's an explanation as to why you think the juxtaposition from one scale to another would be jarring. Obviously, we disagree, but there's an explanation why you think there's an explanation why you think the relationship of scale is a leap. So it's all explained. I'm not criticising you for not explaining it, but those are the concepts, aren't they, of harm? Those are the headings, to use your word, of harm.
They are.
Are there any other headings of harm, if you like? Remember, I've already mentioned this interfering, as you see it, with the prominence of the Shard as a landmark. Any other headings of harm? And remember, this isn't, oh, well, I think somebody else might have designed it a different way, or you might have done something different. This is, what's the harm? Because that's the bottom line in all of this. So any other headings of harm, please?
Not that leap to mind, although I think I would probably be able to find many more that might make those headings a bit, limited. But I can't immediately recall what other headings.
I'm very happy for you to think about it, to be honest, because I want to get them out on the table, if you like, so we can talk about them, or so we can ask you a question or two about them. But and I've tried to be fair.
Yes, I understand.
You might think that's a surprising idea, but a surprising notion, because I've tried to understand. So you said nothing else particularly springs to your mind at the moment. Do you want time to think about it, or? No,
I would say the other ones that would do occur to me is loss of legibility and clarity.
Loss of what? Loss of legibility and clarity of what?
Of existing townscape qualities.
But is that? Sorry, I'll just write it down before I answer the question.
Yes.
Clarity of existing townscape qualities. But that surely, in your assessment, must depend and must spring from what you regard as the jarring juxtaposition, the leap in scale, or the abrupt change in scale. I mean,
well, I think I probably would put them in there, same as I would probably put the loss of sense of openness under the overbearing heading, or the abrupt change of scale.
Exactly. So the phenomena, it might even just be one phenomenon, to be honest, but whether it's singular or plural, the thing which is leading to these consequences, loss of legibility, loss of, what was it? Loss of openness.
Loss of a sense of openness, access to the sky.
Loss of sense of openness, access to sky. Okay, so those are consequent. Those are things that are the result of something, and the something which is leading to those results in your mind, in your analyses, as I understand it, is, it's not rocket science. This is the fact that you consider there would be this leap in scale, there would be jarring, it would be abrupt. That's what's causing these things in your assessment, isn't it?
It's partly that. It's also the sheer extent of new building that's proposed, the sheer scale of it, regardless of its juxtaposition in that position.
But when one says abrupt, and this is you, by the way, it's not me, and anything I'm saying. When you say in your evidence there would be an abrupt change of scale, that must take into account the scale of the entire new thing.
I agree.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, believe it or not, these are not trick questions.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay. So let's move forward on that basis. And if I've missed a big heading, then doubtless I'll be told about it later. But let's move forward on, those are the big ticket items, if you like, which lead to the consequences of loss of legibility, loss of openness, loss of access to the sky, etc. So it's this abrupt change, it's this, etc., etc., etc. Now, right. The self-same can be said to a greater or lesser degree about any of the other tool buildings existing tool buildings in this cluster. The Shard Place, sorry to obsess about it, but it's just so close to us that I rather like it. Shard Place. I mean, gosh, if there isn't an abrupt change of scale, which, pejoratively one might say is jarring, if you're not being pejorative, you might say, so what? There's certainly an abrupt change of scale between it and its, I thought it was a Georgian terrace. I was told yesterday it's a Queen Anne terrace, but there's certainly an abrupt change of scale there. I mean, it's literally, there's the Georgian Queen Anne terrace, and there's Shard Place.
Yes, but Shard Place sits in front of the Shard, so there was already that change of scale. That already existed, and it comes down to St Thomas Street, so it's got a bit of space around it.
But there you are then. So, wait a minute. So, I didn't want to reel this all the way back to the Shard because, I've just been obsessive about the Shard, but there you are. Yes, the Shard, when it came along, manifested an abrupt change of scale from from its then historic context, which since then has changed again and again.
But Shard Place isn't.
So each tall building, as it's come along in turn, could rightly be said to involve trying to take the pejorative out of this, a very significant difference in scale from its immediate historical context.
It has a significant difference in scale to its historic context on one side, and an absolute correspondence of scale to the adjacent building on the other side.
Well, that's simply because there's a big tool, the biggest tool building in Western Europe on one side of it, but on the other side of it is a dinky Georgian stroke Queen Anne terrace.
I know, but that's not the case in our appeal site, so it's a different condition.
Well, that's because the cluster, but these are statements of the blessed obvious, because as the cluster grows, one is obviously going to have a situation where, you have towers which come about. Don't worry about our ones, towers that come about that change the scale of the vicinity in which they sit, their historical context. All of those towers existing and approved have all manifested, you would say, abrupt.
I think if the Shard Place had been located, say Shard Place had been located on so when you look at Shard Place, you see that existing Queen Anne bit of the terrace. It's one end of the terrace, so it's not the length of the terrace, it's one end. If the Shard Place had been proposed for the other side, the western side of that terrace, I think there would have been greater objection to it because it would have diminished that terrace in a much greater way.
I didn't hear the greater what?
Apology. If it had been, there would have been greater objections to Shard Place because it would have had a greater impact. And I think that's the condition we're looking at. We're looking at sandwiching into the cluster, redefining the cluster so that it contains and sandwiches a bit of space that has currently got a very clear historic character and legibility. And that's not what happened with Shard Place.
Well, let's think about the sandwich then, the sandwiching effect.
We're getting ready for lunch.
It's a new, getting ready for lunch. It's a new, it's a new, at least it's a new turn of phrase at this inquiry. So let's just run with it for not too long, but for a few moments. Okay, so let's imagine we're in St Thomas Street. We're looking to the north, so we've got this Queen Anne Terrace in front of us. We've got Shard Place immediately adjacent to the terrace. There you are. And I mean, I don't know what the filling in the sandwich is, but imagine it's the Queen Anne Terrace as the filling. What's immediately behind? Yes, there's a gap, but I mean, very, very prominent in your views. Immediately behind the terrace, rising up. The news building.
Well, I think the reason why I did that drawing about distance is because what that distance does is established that the news building is in a different place. It's in a different place. It's not rising up from amongst the historic buildings. It's in a different place. It's set back from, and there's enough space between the northern part of St Thomas Street and the news building for that to be clear and legible. There's a distance. We understand that we're in a place that has a contained quality and a coherent quality, and then in another place to the north is a different kind of qualitative spatial.
Yes. All right. So let me just understand this then. So when the inspector goes back to St Thomas Street, she wishes to do so with this point in mind and looks at the Queen Anne Terrace with, yes, there's a gap of however many metres it is, but the news building, gap or no gap, is a very, very strong presence in the backdrop of that Queen Anne Terrace. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, by the way.
It also steps.
It's a very strong process.
It's 13 stories on its southern edge.
Yeah, jolly good. It's a very strong presence in the backdrop of the Queen Anne Terrace, isn't it?
It is.
It is. Thank you. Despite the distance and its stepping. Yeah.
But it's not overbearing.
Despite the distance and its stepping.
Sorry.
No, because, forgive me, there wasn't an answer to the question.
I think I interrupted. I must have.
No, the witness.
I may need to come back to it.
Sure. Absolutely. No, forgive me. The witness is interrupting my question.
I did interrupt you. I apologise. Yes.
So that's fine. I'm sure my learned friend will have his answer and he wants to write down in a few moments' time. But it's a very strong presence, despite the distance and the stepping. That's the question. What's the answer?
It has a strong presence, but it's not an overbearing presence.
Okay. So again, the inspector can judge that for herself. I mean, overbearing is a pejorative. I mean, what is overbearing? What do you mean by overbearing? Because it sounds like a bad thing. Maybe it's a good thing.
No, I think it's a bad thing.
Well, what is it then?
I think it means that its impact on a space, your experience of a place, is diminished by the presence of this large object.
What does that mean? It's a qualitative judgment. What on earth does that mean? I mean,
it means that it feels oppressive.
Oppressive. Okay. So when you say that either of our proposals would be, well, you certainly say it for the 2018 scheme. I assume you'd say the same for 2021.
Yes, I would.
It would be overbearing. So you mean by that the inspector should conclude that either of our proposals would be oppressive.
Yes.
Whereas, is this right, you would regard all of the existing towers in this cluster and the ones which have been approved as not exhibiting that phenomenon, as not being oppressive?
I don't know if I'm familiar enough with the approved ones to comment on those. I don't consider the experience of the cluster around London Bridge to be oppressive.
No. Again, this is just as a reality check, So at the moment, you've got jolly big buildings sitting beside and behind and near much smaller buildings. That's not oppressive. We come along, we're either a jolly big building sitting beside, behind, much smaller buildings, and all of a sudden we're oppressive. It's just a reality check as to whether that could conceivably be the case.
Well, I think it's to do with it's not just to do with the plot it sits on. It's what the experience of that plot is like. So, for example, if you're standing at platform level of the Shard, so the upper level of the Shard,
yes.
to the north of that is a great big expanse of open space because of the railway and because of the river. That will never go. So you have this sense of the city beyond. So you have this sense of the sky and of big geographic pieces beyond the side.
Sure.
And that's why it feels less oppressive. And when you come down to the bottom, St Thomas Street is going east-west. You've got this sense of leakage. You've got this sense of things moving. You can enter a space which is fluid. You've got the open spaces of Guy's campus on the other side. There's a lot of spatial conditions that are very flowing and bigger and open, which reduces the risk of it feeling oppressive.
Right. So when you think of in the St Thomas Street, down in St Thomas Street, so to speak. So again, the inspector can just, if she wishes to, can ask herself in her own mind, does this make sense? So we're down in St Thomas Street. We are either side of the street, doesn't matter for my question, but we are in front, so to speak, of the Shard. So we've got the entrance to the hotel, we've got the entrance to the restaurant, so in other words, the business end of the building where you go in for those facilities, those public facilities, as opposed to the office entrance, which is up on the London Bridge station level. And we've got the canopies that extend out over St Thomas Street, which we had to put in because of the turbulent wind conditions. And that's not at all oppressive as far as you're concerned.
I don't think it's great, actually, to be honest, on that side. I think on the St Thomas Street, it works better on the upper level. Exactly. I think on St Thomas Street, it does feel confined. I agree.
Right, okay. So that's an existing...
So we know that's a condition that can exist.
I'm not putting to you that it is so oppressive, by the way. I don't think it is, but you think that's a confined.
I think that's one of the weakest points about that building.
Okay.
Yes.
So fine. So that's an existing condition, if you like, in St Thomas Street, less than 2 minutes walk from, much less than 2 minutes, but less than 2 minutes walk from our side. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Okay, we'll carry on with points like that. And I see that it's 1:01, and I would claim my brownie points for saying those are the questions I wanted to ask you.
Thank you. How long do you estimate re-examination to be? I was wondering whether to break.
I think it will be more efficient if we break, have a relatively short lunch, if everyone is content with that. I can then marshal my thoughts to make the re-examination hopefully more efficient. And then I'll probably be 20 minutes, something of that order. And so I think it's worth having a break. Yeah. And I think I'll be shorter if I've got a bit more time to prepare the questions and get the references lined up.
Yeah, okay. So if we say 40 minutes for a lunch break, so we reconvene at 13:40.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, welcome back. I should have made clear actually before we broke that I had no questions for you, so just so you know. So, Mr. Philpott.
Thank you very much, madam. Good afternoon, Miss Adams. Now I'm going to run through points in the order in which they arose, and we started with some questions about the area and London Bridge Station. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had an exchange with my learned friend about the influence was one way it was described, or the influence, that is, of the Shard and the Shard cluster on West St Thomas Street, or as you, I think, put it in terms of there being a parent and there being a presence. And do you recall the exchange over those matters? I just want to make sure I've got clear in my mind, what's the distinction you're drawing there between whether something is apparent and whether it has presence in townscape terms, or whether the townscape is influenced by the tall buildings? Just if you could just explain that, please.
Yes. To influence something suggests that there's an alteration in its character, that the effect or the impact is such that it actually makes a change to a place. And I think one of the things that's remarkable about the London Bridge cluster is that the adjacent areas, even though they're very nearby, have not been transformed in that way by their presence. So the North Quad of Guys, for example, is very intact, and it may, it is definitely, there's definitely a presence, significant presence of taller buildings, but because it's such a strong, architecturally and in townscape terms, it's such a strong place and it's so clear that it retains that clarity and it retains a character of its own. And I think the same applies to the western end of St Thomas Street in its clarity and its legibility. So one is aware of these, clearly they're part of the townscape, but they sort of can sit fairly comfortably. I wouldn't say it's entirely easy, but it's a fairly comfortable relationship because they're understood, the tall buildings are understood to be in a different place.
And if we just go to your clip of figures, have you got it in hard copy?
I have.
Figure 20, just as an example of this point. So this is from the War Memorial, and we can see the Shard Place, and we can see the News Building. They are clearly apparent. I hope that I can be forgiven for saying that much without trespassing to giving evidence. But to what extent, using then your explanation of the concept of influence, to what extent does the area in the foreground, this is part of the conservation area, retain its sort of qualities and townscape character and so on, notwithstanding their apparence?
Well, it's in a few ways. I think primarily it's because the Shard, the News Building and Shard Place that you can see there clearly belong to one another. That's a very important thing. They belong in a group with each other. That's how they're designed. That's how they sit comfortably in their location. Secondly, they are at a distance, and so it's very easy to understand the scale at which you're seeing them. Even though the Shard is enormous, you recognise, and in some ways it's helped by the other buildings in that sense because they're on that side and they're so close to it and they're of the same character. They become a group, they become a sort of extended form, and the space between allows both the place you're standing in and the Shard cluster to kind of breathe, and there's enough sky in the view as well. That makes a really big difference.
And if you just turn then to figure 30, that's a sort of before picture, and now we've got the after picture.
Yes.
Just how does that compare? Just thinking about that same concept.
So you lose that sense of clarity of the Shard. The Shard is no longer the primary tall object in the view. So it also loses its narrative quality of being a spire, which I think is an important quality about it. That's obstructed or disrupted by the proposal. There's a loss of sky, so the roof line is very the roof line of the terrace opposite the War Memorial is now sitting against a backdrop of commercial building, which is a very different character to the nature of that elevation, the brick elevation. So it disrupts it. It disrupts the whole sense of separateness.
Thank you. And then if you go to your figure 5, you were asked a number of questions about looking east along St Thomas Street, and we've got that view in the top left. And I want to ask you about that view first. What does the presence of those tall buildings that we see there tell us about where you are in the townscape, and what is there in terms of what are they marking?
Well, it's really interesting view, that, because it's a kind of narrative view. It tells a story. It tells a story about this bit of London that once it had Georgian terraces. It has this road. There's a chapel there. There's Guy's Tower. There's this sort of narrative that's accumulative without making a difference to the clarity of each of those places. And so the space you're in is even more pronounced in its completeness. The western end of St Thomas Street is almost more pronounced as having a strong sense of place, with this sort of almost Wizard of Oz kind of crystalline
and just
assemblage.
Looking at that assemblage, what's that assemblage? What is located there? What is it marking in townscape?
Yes, well, that's marking the station. Obviously, it's marking a place of movement. It's a place where a lot of things go on. It's a place where people arrive in London. It's a place where people go to get to other parts of London. It's a really busy, bustling place, and then it seems appropriate. But it's picking up on that. So the place that already was a sort of busy, bustling place now it's sort of simply building on that concentration of activity to make a place where a lot of people go to work, and there's a mix of activities in that building. It's a mixed-use building, after all, the Shard. It's not all commercial office space, and so it's generated a new place. It's a new place.
And thank you. And then if you compare Shard Place, is obviously one of the points that was taken up with you, the comparison between Shard Place and the appeal site. And if you look at the appeal site, which you can see in that top left image on the right hand side, you can also see it obviously in the image on the bottom. In terms of this question of being located at a point of landmark significance and their role in the townscape, how do those two locations compare?
Well, they're really different. I mean, one can't underestimate the significance of a major transport interchange and the point where it actually arrives. And it's not just the fact that people are travelling there and arriving there and dispersing from there, but because of what it does to the townscape around it. It must have been incredible when those railways arrived, the way they cut a swathe through the city and they open up that space. So it's really significant. And the site, the appeal site, the western end of St Thomas Street, is entirely different in character. It's got this sort of intimacy. It's got a scale that is very human in scale. It's not about great big engineering. It's about domesticity almost, and civic qualities. So it's a very distinct difference.
And then you were taken, we don't need to turn it up, but you were taken to the officer's report in relation to Shard Place, and we said, well, it's odd if Shard Place meets these criteria, but the appeal site doesn't. And you said in response to that, in relation to the appeal site, it's what separates the two sites that has significance here. That's my note of your response. What did you have in mind when you gave that answer? What are the things that separate the two sites that you say has significance?
I think it's very much that space that's described in the lower image on figure 5. It's that quality that you have at the moment of leaving the Shard and leaving this very dramatic space of tall buildings and large-scale pieces, and suddenly finding yourself in a different place, a place that has a quality of historic town. And I think that is an intact condition. And my concern would be that if you build amongst that condition, not at the edge of it, but amongst it, that distinction would be lost.
Thank you. And in connection with that same run of questionings, how it would be odd if this wasn't seen as part of the cluster. Could you take up, please, two documents they're on my list for evidence in chief, but I didn't turn them up yet. CDC 09 and CDC 10. These are the Design Council CABE responses in relation to the 2018 scheme. Just go and see if we may. I think we have the hard copies.
Apologies. Oh, no, it's right there. No. Oh, sorry. Well, I know I have seen them there. Oh, yes, there we are. Got them. Sorry. Thanks, Michael.
And just a couple of points I want to just draw your attention to. One in each letter. So the first is the 1st of June letter, 2018. And then we'll come to the November one. At the bottom of the first page of the June 2018, there's a subheading height. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think you referred to the first part of this in your earlier oral evidence. The panel considers the height of the tower at New City Court to require further justification in design terms. And then there's an acknowledgement of efforts to respond and reduce through various iterations. And then it says this: however, the isolation of the tower from other tall buildings in the area and its proximity to the historic buildings in the conservation area clearly lead to a significant impact on conservation and historic views. And then it says, in the presentation, the height of the building was partly justified on analysis of tall building clusters in London, including the immediate area around London Bridge. However, owing to the relative isolation noted above, the panel do not consider the proposed buildings to be part of this cluster, if indeed the existing morphology can meaningfully be called a cluster. So keep that point in mind, and then turn to the next one, because obviously the process didn't end there. So you've got then the 13th of November letter following the presentation to the panel on 29th of October, and the third page of the letter, not paginated, but there's a subheading, tall buildings and key local and distant views. Do you see that?
Yes.
And second sentence, as in May 2018, we do not believe a tall building on this site can be seen part of a London Bridge cluster of tall buildings. To what extent are the views that you formed about this aligned with or different from those that were formed by the Design Council and CABE?
Very much so. I'm completely in agreement with that. I think there's a sort of it's an isolated site.
Thank you. Then we had questions on another aspect of the E17 fact box. And the point of landmark significance, and where a number of important routes converge, and concentration of activity. And it's the concentration of activity I want to ask you about. If one looks, go back to your figure 5. To what extent is Shard Place located where there is a concentration of activity?
In a number of ways, really. The main thing is it's the transport interchange, because it just struck me as you were asking the question, actually, when you look at West St Thomas Street, there there's a certain amount of stuff goes on there, but it's for particular groups. It's people involved with guys or working in particular offices. Everybody uses London Bridge. London Bridge Station is a major public place, and at the same time, there's this increase in activity arising from what's being constructed there. But it already was a place of unnegotiable sort of publicness, if you like.
And just looking then at what lies to the west of that point, so the western part, the western end of St Thomas Street, and perhaps look at this, I mean, it doesn't matter in a sense whether it's the top left image or the bottom image, and the point was made to you about people sort of walking along here towards that point. So far as you would apply the policy, and as you've applied it in your analysis, what's your view as to whether walking past a site in order, say, to reach London Bridge, would that make it that site a concentration of activity?
No, not necessarily. No, it wouldn't. It would just be a very tall office building on your right hand side.
I'm looking at the existing condition at the moment.
Sorry,
so
yes.
you have people, let's say, we know heavily sort of heavy pedestrian flows up and down the western end of St Thomas Street, going past the various buildings on either side. Does that make those individual buildings, those individual sites, concentrations of activity?
No, I think they're transitional spaces between moments of concentrated activity.
Thank you. Do you regard the appeal site as a concentration of activity at the moment?
No.
And then we had some heat policy. We'll come back to policies P17 in a moment. You were asked some questions about the extent to which this would sit comfortably or otherwise within the cluster and the shape of the cluster. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you made reference to a disruption of the downward incline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you go, please, to your figure 48 in your pack of images?
Yes.
Looking there, we've got, this is shows both consented and also in yellow, I think it is, applications for new tall buildings. And I just want your comment, please, on the extent to which what is proposed does or does not disrupt the downward incline.
No, it doesn't. It makes a slightly higher slope, but it's very importantly terminated at a lower place adjacent to London Bridge.
So that's the yellow and the orange. What about the appeal proposal in that context?
Oh, I see. Yes. Well, that clearly is as if the cluster has come to an end there, and then there's something else starting up again, just right within it. So it does disrupt it. Very majorly, I'd say.
And then just to put this into some sort of policy context, and a number of policy references we could go to, but let's go to P17 in the Southwark Plan. So this is CDE.01 and its internal page 133. And part 2 of the policy is the tall buildings must, and then the series of numbered points. We've talked about the first, you talked about the second in evidence in chief. It's the third, I think, I want to ask you about. So looking at what we see in figure 48, what's your view as to whether what is proposed would meet the terms of that part of the policy?
It wouldn't. It both disrupts the existing shape of the cluster and would disrupt a future shape of the cluster.
And this is a viewpoint you singled out as being particularly important. You identified a number of others about its relationship with the Shah, but just taking this viewpoint, what's your view as to the significance or otherwise of this as a viewpoint for assessing that matter, whether it makes a positive contribution to the skyline and landscape, taking account of cumulative effect of existing tall buildings, emerging proposals for tall buildings?
It's a really important place because it's because of the role that London Bridge plays in sort of, forming the boundary to a very legible cluster as it stands and as it will be if all those projects are delivered. And so it undermines it.
And then there were points put to you about, well, if, as I understood it, effectively, if we don't allow a tall building on this site, there'll be a lopsided cluster.
Yes.
Just want to get your thoughts about that. Just looking at this image, if the sorry, I apologise, that's my microphone still on.
That's okay. It wasn't suggested to her. She said it would be lopsided. I said a lopsided cluster. It was her own concept.
Okay, I apologise.
Not
fine.
Sorry.
Well, anyway, I'm happy to attribute it wherever it comes. It's the concept I'm interested in. Looking at this image, if one were not to build the appeal scheme, to what extent would the cluster appear lopsided, at least from this perspective?
It's not too lopsided, really. I mean, I think one of the things that's interesting about, say, the Eastern cluster is it's described as a sort of landscape at times, and so a cluster of tall buildings can be understood in that way, and that's not a symmetrical condition. It's a condition that has an incline on either side, and they don't necessarily need to match to still be identifiable as a cluster.
And when you were explaining this concept in exchanges with my learned friend about the extent to which buildings were proposed to the east, and one can look at the development plan and see what it says about that in terms of allocations, or to the west. You said that the result, that this is the result, I think, was the where you put it, or because of major geographical conditions. I think that was the phrase you used. Can you just explain what those major geographical conditions are, what you have in mind there? Well,
mostly London Bridge. So London Bridge itself is a crossing point. I mean, whether geographical is the right word, but it's a sort of a major big element that causes a break in the skyline there, which works very well at the moment, as I explained with the Southwark Cathedral. To the east, it's much more low. It's much more expansive, and it's more open at the moment, and there's more scope for a slight sprawl of that cluster that can't happen on the western side, or shouldn't happen, in my view, because of the bridge and this gap that occurs currently.
Thank you. Then there were some exchanges about the relationship with the Shard in particular, and points were put to you about it being the pinnacle, and then you made reference to the concept of its primacy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Just want to take up your proof of evidence, please. Then to page 15. This is in the policy section on tall buildings, 2252. And the final sentence says, in respect to the allocations to the east of the Shard, the approach is that taller buildings should be located towards the west. And as I understand what you're saying, when one looks at the allocations you did in your evidence in chief, within those sites, with building heights stepping down in height from west to east, i.e. away from the Shard. And then these words, and the general approach is that taller buildings should not detract from the primacy of the Shard. Is that the reference you had in mind in terms of primacy as a concept?
Yes.
And there's a footnote there which takes you to where that's set out in the allocations part of the plan. Thank you. Then there were questions put to you about the evolution of the scheme and the design story, and there were just two things I wanted to ask about that. The first is this: it was suggested to you in relation to the 2021 scheme that everyone who might have a role to play in providing response to consultation had been consulted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
just want to ask you this. We've looked at the CABE response on the 2018 scheme. Did the 2021 scheme go back through then?
No, it didn't, as far as I'm aware.
Thank you. Then you distinguished in response to Millennium Friends questions what was in Mr. Alford's proof and what you regard as the design story. Do you remember drawing that distinction? And can you just help me with this? If we go to page 7 of your proof, again, the policy section, 2.1.6 on page 7.
Yes.
This is dealing with the National Design Guide. And you tell us in the end of the third line, the guide describes the importance of a clear design narrative. Can you just explain how that concept, what it means and what you understand it to mean, and why you say that there's a difference between what Mr. Alford is doing and a design story?
Well, as designers, we are responsible for assessing the feasibility of a project, testing it against the site, understanding the site, analysing it, and then using all those things to inform an emerging design. If you allow a consultation process to be the determining factor in the architecture, I don't mean that you don't respond to the consultation. Then it's a kind of design by committee process, which is not what we're looking for here. What they're looking for here is an understanding of what exists, what are its qualities, what are its shortcomings, what is it actually like, not just the data of it, but what sort of place is this? And if you're building in that sort of place, how do you respond appropriately and make it evident in the clearly expressed story what has taken place to inform the design that emerges from it?
Thank you. And then we had some questions along the theme of, well, is there anything good about this? Remember that?
Yes.
And you were taken to task about this. And one of the things that you said, which I think is a theme that emerged in a number of places, when asked about the good things, you said, I can't separate it from the place, the context. And I just wanted to get your assistance with that idea. If we go to your proof at page 8, where you have, again, as part of the policy summary, a heading 222 character and context. And there are a number of paragraphs which deal with what policy says about this. But the first one, 22221, refers to policies in the two parts of the development plan, emphasising the importance of the character and context in the design. And then it says this includes providing a design response that's informed by the nature of a place and the surrounding environment. The London Plan provides that development proposals should enhance local context by delivering buildings and spaces that positively respond to local distinctiveness through their layout, orientation, scale, appearance and shape, with due regard to existing and emerging street hierarchy, building types, forms and proportions. And then it also states in policy D3, development proposals should respond to the existing character of a place by identifying special and valued features and characteristics that are unique to the locality, respect, enhance, utilise heritage assets and architectural features that contribute towards the local character. And then your text continues on a sort of similar theme. But when you're judging whether something is good design, whether a building is good, whether what is proposed is good, does policy tell us anything about whether context matters?
Yes, it does. I mean, I think it's a really good description, that in the London Plan, because that's actually how good design happens. It's not a predetermined form or a predetermined scale or anything else. It's an evolving process that should ideally start with understanding the place. That's where it starts. It doesn't. It's not that the place then mitigates the impact or there's a process of sort of eroding the impact or adjusting it. It's positive. They use the word positive, and that's really important. Positively responds to a place.
And then there were questions put about specific aspects of this. So opening up the site was one of them, and you said opening up the site is a good thing, but not in this way. And I just wanted to understand what do you mean, but what's the significance of the qualification? What do you mean, but not?
Well, not at any cost, because what I haven't understood in this whole story is why in order to open up the space, there needs to be such a large building delivered there. Opening up spaces and making greater porosity and connectivity across the city is usually a good thing, but not at any price. And so I think the negative impacts of the development would outweigh the benefits of that opening up.
Thank you. And then there was a list of sort of key ways in which harm is said to manifest itself in your proof. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And questions put to you about whether all the harms essentially spring from this concept of it being leap in scale, jarring, abrupt, and so on. And there was just a specific point. I won't, didn't attempt to, and won't go through your proof to say, does this fit in and does that not fit in? It's there to be read. But there's one particular point I wanted to help with. It's in your proof, paragraph 5.3.2.4, which is on page 78.
Yes.
So in 5.3.2.4, this is in relation, I think, to the 2018 scheme, where you say the proposal fails to consider the built language or scale of the historic perimeter buildings around the site. So as I understand, there are two concepts in play: built language or scale. So the two things it doesn't consider: the frame structure of the proposed building, which the envelope is formed of extensively glazed walls within an express structural frame, would sit in stark contrast to existing buildings. And then it carries on in that vein. So I want to understand, in this context of causing harm, the relationship between the built language and questions of scale.
Yes, I think what happens in this proposal is that the language of the building, language of the tower, is very it's very large scale elements. As well as being a big building, it's made up of big pieces, and that in itself is not necessarily a problem. But when it's juxtaposed with the relative delicacy of the Georgian terrace, which is not a warehouse, it's a domestic architecture. It's not the architecture of the riverside warehouses. And I think what happens, what the risk is, and what I think would happen, is that the terrace becomes subservient to the tower. It becomes diminished. At the moment, it's got a sort of grandeur, it's got a kind of elegance and completeness. Sitting at the foot of the proposal, it would become reduced to a footnote of that building, and that would concern me.
Thank you. Then there were some questions put to you about the relationship between Shard Place and the terrace. Is it Queen Anne Terrace?
Yes.
Get this wrong, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I don't profess to be an expert on these things. I'm happy to take it as Queen Anne. And you said in response to a question from a friend about the relationship between these two, that your view would be different in terms of the impact if Shard Place, instead of being located at the eastern end, where it is, were located at the western end of the terrace. And
yes.
I just want to understand why. I mean, that's a relatively small distance.
Yes.
Why that small distance can make a difference?
Again, it would be a lack of deference to the existing. I mean, the existing is a fine building. It may not be huge, but it's a fine building, and it has and all buildings are understood not just as objects, but in terms of their relationship to the street, to the territory they sit in, and to adjacent buildings. And so, if you were to if you put Shard Place to the west of that, you would completely alter the character of that bit of the Queen Anne Terrace, and you would diminish it, and it would become subservient to the taller building.
Thank you. And then there was a point put to you in the similar vein in relation to how the news building relates to the terrace, and you said in response that in addition to the distance, that it also steps down.
Yeah.
I just want, can you explain what difference the combination of distance and stepping down makes?
Yes. Well, in the policy for tall buildings in London Plan, it does talk about transitional heights as a building approaches lower levels, and I think the news building does take that on, and it steps from 20 stories, I think it is, to 13. And so it makes this transition, and it is slightly elevated, the news building, on a slight incline ground, I think, and so it steps down and it responds to its site well by doing that, and kind of acknowledges the lower rise buildings of St Thomas Street and the terrace behind St Thomas Street.
If we look at your figure 36, just want to understand, is that this is not in your proof, in your clip of images?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I do apologise, I should have made that clear. So in your clip of images, your figure 36.
Yes. Yes.
Is the section. I just want to understand, is this the showing that relationship?
Yes, it is, and it shows how the proposal not only rises in very closely, but sort of leans forward into the space of St Thomas Street with the northern elevation.
Thank you. Those are the only questions I had. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and well done. Thank you. An early finish on a Friday is always a welcome thing. I've just got a couple of points to raise. We've had a written submission in from the National Trust. It's an objection in respect of the George Inn. I don't know how you wish to. Have you seen it?
What I would wish, ma'am, is I don't really want to read it, but I will read it, and I'll take it from there, ma'am. So I'll make a note. So this is a National Trust.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. I mean, it's not. I think it's a couple of pages, but if you just want to advise me how you wish to deal with it.
Yes. So I mean, I don't know what it says, but I mean, if it raises points which aren't already covered, then one or other of my witnesses will respond to it either in writing or orally when they give their evidence in chief. But I'll read it and take it from there.
Okay. If you've not seen it, that's fine. And then yesterday I obviously put a question to get this the right way around, Mr. Barker Mills.
Doctor
even. Yeah, so I'm going to put it wrong, haven't I? If you're watching, I'm very sorry. It was about the listed building applications and the council's position, and you said you were going to seek.
Yes, indeed. What I have, and that is in progress. What I'm told is that we will put a note together which sets it out, so you've got it in writing. That I'm told that will be ready to go in on Tuesday.
Okay.
So the idea being it's there ahead of obviously my final witness, but it's also importantly ahead of HE giving evidence. It's ahead of the appellants. I don't know what it will say yet because that's being considered, but that's the timing.
Okay, no, that's great. I was going to ask for it for Tuesday if it hadn't been done.
Yes, and obviously if it's ready earlier, we'll distribute it earlier.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right. Well, there are my only points I wish to raise. Is there any other points anyone wishes to raise while we're here today? No. Well, yes. Have a nice weekend. Thank you, everybody. It's been a hard and it feels like a long week, I think, because I came down Sunday, but it's been good and useful. So I'm glad we're going.
It's been fun.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of laughs along the way. So. Anyway, have a good weekend, everyone, and I shall see you.